All right. Think I have everything set up. So I can see it now. I think I have everything set up. Oh, thank you so much for the emojis there. Yep, okay. Thanks for the hearts. So we have free agency starting here in about 9 minutes now. So a lot of things to happen soon, hopefully. I'm working on a I guess not Excel spreadsheet, but like a table with all of our potential signings. So I have every position almost, and I'm gonna share it now, I guess. So we have every position. So okay. So free agency is I guess it's a window where players that have expiring contracts, so say they start a contract with, let's just say, the Washington Commanders, they sign it for 5 years. Now, after that 5-year period is up, they are allowed to, they're out of the contract and they are allowed to sign anywhere. So that they become a free agent. So they're an agent that is free to sign with another team. That is, I guess, the definitive term for what a free agent is. Thank you so much, Ava, my wonderful girlfriend, for that question. Yes, I do know what is up. So, all right, I'm going to start adding to this list here. It's not the best table I have set up. However, it's going to do for now. So let's start. Wide receivers. Romeo Dobbs. I'm going to put in Brandon Ayuk, even though he's not technically a free agent yet. How's it going? How's it going, John? We just have 7 more minutes until free agency is set to begin. So let's see, how do I want this? There we go. Thank you, Ava. I like your profile pic. Yeah, of course, you made it for me. Here from TikTok, WLACEO94. I appreciate it. I thought that was a last-minute thing I could work on. Not work on. What's the term? Put out there to see if some people can join up here. So on my side monitor, I'm gonna try and put up X with Adam Schefter and everything, or Ian Rappaport, and then I also have my phone here with notifications on. So, all right, bro, 6 or 7 more minutes, okay. All right, it looks like, wow, Ian Rappaport just reported they're now said to be open to trading Pro Bowl left tackle Trent Williams if the situation doesn't resolve. So right now he's due $32 million in salary with a $38 million plus cap number. I believe that's for 2026. So would you guys be open for Trent Williams to come back to the Commanders? I know it's a new regime, I guess you could say, a new front office. So that, and Adam Peters was in San Francisco for a couple years with Trent Williams. So I guess there is there's a relationship there already, which is something that we could look into. We already have a left tackle in Laramie Tunsil. I think Laramie Tunsil is more than enough for what we need at left tackle. And we have Josh Connerly, first round draft pick. I don't think you're going to move him from right tackle. No Trent, Ava, no Trent Williams. I'm going to agree with that too. I don't think trading for him is going to be something we want to do. I miss Trent Williams too, one of my favorite players growing up. I just don't know where we put him. Like, you could put him at left guard. He'd probably be the best left guard in the nation, in the NFL. That's it. So, I don't know. But if we have to trade for him, I don't know if that's something that I'd be willing to do, unfortunately. Or I gotta keep adding to this. We have 4 more minutes until free agency. The legal tampering period opens up. So, Romeo Doubs. What are some other names? We have Alec Pierce, one guy that I really like. Tyquan Thornton. Right? Tyquan Thornton. I'm a really big fan of Tyquan Thornton. Ava, I know ball. I know you know ball. You know the most ball. Yeah, so far, just Trent Williams. Do you guys see the trades earlier today? Minkah Fitzpatrick to the Jets for a 7th rounder. I have a friend that's a big Miami Dolphins fan. He wasn't that happy with it. Tua. Ava, what are your thoughts on Quandale Dingle? Solid free agent. I throw the bag at Quandale Dingle. Yes. Get him in here for 5 years, $20 million a year. Maybe 22 if he's not budging on 20. But Tua has been released. I think he's due like $150 million over the next 2 years, something insane like that. I think the Atlanta Falcons are really in on him as a potential starter for a couple weeks before Michael Penix comes back from his injury. So Tua's gone. Let's see what else happened. Rashawn Gary, I mentioned this in an earlier video. Rashawn Gary, he put out an Instagram story saying he's done with the Packers, and then he took it down, and then the Packers traded him to the Cowboys for I think it said a 2027 day 3 pick. So I don't know what that would be. They're saying like a 4th round pick. If that's all it took to get him, I wouldn't have minded that. We have the money for him. So I don't know how the Cowboys are going to pay him at all. So that's going to be something to look at. And because of that, the Cowboys' defensive line is going to be absolutely insane this next year, which I'm not happy about. But that just means that we need to spend as much money, hopefully, to get a solid center. Tyler Linderbaum, definitely a name. I'm going to add him now to the O-line. All right, what are some other names? Rashid. Is that how you spell it? Is it, anyone knows in the chat, is it Rashid with 2 E's at first, or is it an I? It's one of the two. It's like that, or it's Rashid. I think that looks a little better. So all right. What's another wide receiver? I'm not a big fan of Jawan Jennings, but I know he's out there. Jalen Naylor. Big fan of Jalen Naylor. I think he'd be one of the best wide receiver 3s in the NFL. What do you think we should do about corner? All right, 1 more minute. Corner, it really depends on what they want to do about Mikey Sanderstrom. I think if Mikey Sanders, if they want to keep him on the outside, I think he's a better outside corner, especially in zone. Yeah, Jawan is a great run blocker and great hands. That is definitely true. But Mikey Sanders, he's, I think, a lot better in zone at the NFL level. And because of that, they may want to go out and get a solid nickel corner. You have, what's his name, Quan Martin. I think he'd be a decent nickel corner. He's already on the roster. That's what he played in college before he came to the NFL, and then he switched to safety. Another guy is Alontae Taylor. I think he's a solid nickel corner who can also play on the outside. I think he's like him and Mikey Sanders are almost the same player. I just think Alontae Taylor is a little bit better on the inside. So Alontae Taylor is someone that I really would like. However, if they want to get someone keep Mikey Sanders on the inside, then it's whoever you like best. Jalen Watson, Nahshon Wright. Who's another top corner that is a free agent? 12 o'clock. We're already starting to get things done, I believe. Ian Rappaport, the window has just opened. I imagine we're not going to see anything for a couple minutes because the window has just opened for teams to call, to legally tamper with other players. So they have to call other players, call agents, and agree on something before something is signed on Wednesday. So I think we're going to have a couple minutes before anything actually happens. So in the meantime, running back, Kenneth Walker, Travis Etienne, Rico Dowdle, Rashad White. Who are some other running backs? Tyler Algier. I don't know how to exactly say all these names. Ooh. Thank you, Summer. Slay, yes. Some other names. I don't want to... my thing is, I don't want to... Let's go to Spot Track real quick. I'm pulling up Spot Track on my... Oh, man. I think first signing has just happened. Adam Schefter. Yeah, Adam Schefter just announced. Yep, okay, Adam Schefter just announced Alec Pierce is returning to the Colts with a 4-year, $116 million deal. Wow, okay. So, unfortunately, Alec Pierce is a big X. Cannot land Alec Pierce anymore, which, in my opinion, that was something that I kind of guessed that. I did not think the Commanders really had a chance at Alec Pierce in the first place. I didn't think any team was gonna have a chance at Alec Pierce. I always knew that he was gonna go back to Indy. So, well, that's not super exciting news. However, it's kind of something that I anticipated. So now everything is about Alec Pierce. All right, back to free agents. Not where is this? Come on. Okay. So that is the only deal so far, which that deal could have happened earlier as well, just because he was already on the Colts. So, All right, we're going back to our list here. So wide receiver, Tyreek Hill. We're not getting Tyreek Hill. I'm sorry. If anyone wants him, it's not going to happen. So $116 million. Oh my gosh, how many vacations could that get us? That could get us a lot of vacations. Yes. Huh. So Adam Schefter just said $116 million. Ian Rappaport just said $114 million. So either way, it's a lot of money. I don't think it really matters that much. Oh, man. Olamide Zaccheaus signing with the Falcons. Would have been nice to have him back. Not the end of the world, though. He was not really someone that I thought would be a difference maker with the Commanders. Like, obviously, you would just need like a decent wide receiver 3 if you brought in Brandon Ayuk once he is a free agent. Once Brandon Ayuk is a free agent, invite me to the wedding. I'll do my best. Once Brandon Ayuk is a free agent, you already have 2 wide receiver 1s basically on your team. So your wide receiver 3 really does not matter. So Olamide Zaccheaus also brings that gadget type role. Thoughts on Jahan Dotson return? I'm really torn on Jahan Dotson just because when he was here, I didn't mind him at all. I thought he was a decent route runner. I think I don't know if he was a wide receiver 2 type of receiver. I thought he was more of a wide receiver 3. I know, is he a, correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, he is a free agent. Yeah, he is coming off of his rookie deal. So, I don't know. Jahan Dotson, I think I don't know if Jahan Dotson's really someone that I want to bring back. Just because we already cut him. It's like, there's really no point in bringing him back. Especially, we already have, like, Jahan Dotson, the type of player that he is, you already have Luke McCaffrey, right? I think the talent that Jahan Dotson is, you already have that in a player that is already signed to the active roster. So there's really no reason in signing him back. So let's see. Christian Kirk, slot receiver, getting up there in age. Mike Evans. People really want Mike Evans. I do not understand about that. I do not understand why people want to bring Mike Evans to the Washington Commanders. I think that he's probably one of the best receivers in the NFL right now. Probably going to be a Hall of Famer one day. The most consecutive 1,000-yard seasons. I don't know. I don't know if there's anybody else that's close to that, or I really don't know much about that. So, but Mike Evans is definitely a solid receiver, but he's the guy that you add, like, to the Bills, for example, who had Keon Coleman and what's the other guy's name, the shorter guy, Khalil Shakir. Like, they have those two who are really not great. I mean, they're decent receivers, but I don't think any of them are necessarily a wide receiver 1, right? So the Bills would sign Mike Evans to be the wide receiver 1, and then you have the 2 other, Keon Coleman, Khalil Shakir, to be kind of supplemental wide receivers. Then you have Dalton Kincaid as your tight end, and James Cook as your running back. So if that was your core, yeah, you're probably going to win the Super Bowl, right? But I don't think the Commanders at this point in time are ready to sign Mike Evans, who may only be playing for 1 year anyway. I think he's just chasing one more ring. So I don't know if Mike Evans was really ever going to be a target. I don't know how I feel about Brandon. Yeah, I don't know if he really was an issue. I mean, obviously, no normal person is going to drive over 100 miles an hour past your former place of work. That's just kind of weird. However, I just don't know if the front office and the coaching staff of the 49ers, was really wanting to work with him. He obviously was a good receiver. They when you're on IR, you're not, like, you don't have to necessarily be required to do your, rehab with the team. Like, you don't have to do that. Like, Dietrich Wise, he went home. He lives in Texas. I think he went home. Dietrich Wise, I think, did his rehab with the Washington Commanders at the Washington Commanders facility. Austin Eckler, he went home. He did not stay with the Commanders, right? So because of that, there was really no reason for him to stay. And there's really no reason for the 49ers to get mad at Brandon Ayuk if he didn't want to do his rehab at the 49ers facility. If it's different if he was like 100% healthy. I've also seen things where he was like healthy enough, but they really wanted him to get back on the field, but he didn't really feel confident yet. That's another thing, right? That's on the coaching staff as well. Because if the coaching staff says, we need you to get on the field right now, and he's like, I'm not ready, and he goes out on the field, if he's forced on the field and gets injured again, that's not really on Brandon Ayuk. That's on the coaching staff. Rehab as an AA. I don't know if it's that type of rehab, Summer. I mean like a physical therapy rehab from like tearing your ACL. So, or more than that, just with Brandon Ayuk tearing almost all of his ligaments in his knee. Okay, more signings have happened. Eric Stokes agreed to a 3-year, $30 million deal with Las Vegas, $20 million guaranteed. He was definitely a corner. Definitely a corner target. Yeah, rehab. Summer, sorry. Yeah, not AA as in rehab, as in like physical therapy. So yeah, Eric Stokes, 3-year, $30 million deal, and Patriots are close to signing veteran edge Draymond Jones. Not really someone I thought the Commanders were going to sign anyway, so I'm fine with that. I like Trey Burks better than both of those. I also like Treylon Burks, former first-round pick. He's kind of like that power. If you guys don't know, David Harrison from the Locked On Commanders podcast, he really likes the idea of having a power slot. Like, think of the exact role that Amon-Ra St. Brown plays, right? He's kind of this bigger-bodied slot receiver who is, he's the wide receiver one in Detroit. But Treylon Burks is going to do that same thing where he's the bigger-bodied slot receiver. And I'm pretty sure that's what he did when he was in Arkansas. And that's why he was so good. Because he's going against these like linebackers and smaller nickel corners, right? Imagine 5'10" Mikey Sanders, or 5 foot. I forget. If you guys know how tall Mikey Sanderstill is, let me know. But he's like 5'10", 5'11" against Treylon Burks. Treylon Burks is like almost the size of a tight end, right? Maybe a little shorter, but like it's almost unfair. So I'm a really big fan of Treylon Burks as well. I don't know if he's going to be your wide receiver 3 right away. However, if he's able to show that he's capable of that, then I would not mind that at all. All right, I'm going to get back here for a little bit, just so I can finish this list. I'm going to keep refreshing. X just to see if anything happens, and I'm going to keep adding to the list. There's not really any other. There's not really any other receivers I want to add here. No, let's see one. Wando Robinson. He's probably. I think he's also a lock to go to the Titans, to be honest. Romeo Dodge, Jalen Naylor. That looks like it for the receivers. Mikey's 5'10". Yeah, like it's unfair. If you have some dude that's like 6'2", 6'3", and that big. And like the one issue with Treylon Burks, why he gets injured so much, is people think that he's an outside receiver, goes up for a 50-50 ball, and then he gets hurt coming down because he doesn't know how to fall, right? That's like the one thing with Treylon Burks. So I think putting him in the slot and letting him be a route runner there, like he'd be dangerous. All right, official Patriots signing Draymond Jones, 3-year, $39.5 million. So doesn't change anything for the Commanders, really. All right, so if you guys have more names of any other free agents, drop them in the chat, please. So, let's see. Joe Mixon. I don't know if exactly someone the Commanders could look at, but he's there. Najee Harris. Antonio Gibson, former Washington Commander. I don't know if I want him. I really don't. He's getting older, coming off a major injury. I just don't think he's someone that the Commanders should bring in. I'll put Kenneth Gainwell up there. He's more of a receiving running back. I'm not really seeing too many more. And, obviously, Chris Rodriguez, he's a restricted free agent. He hasn't been signed by now, so that probably means they're going to be signing someone of a similar skill set that is much better, right? Think of like a Tyler Algier, Rico Dowdle. They're just running between the tackles, physical, like they don't catch anything. They're only on early downs. So we're, thinking like that. Tight end now. Tight end is pretty easy. You have Dallas Goddard. Who's some other tight ends? Chig Okonkwo. Well, Isaiah Likely. I don't know why I couldn't think of that. Who's the guy from the Browns? Los Kadon. Why can I not think of the guy from the Browns? David Njoku. I don't know why I could not think of that. David Njoku. Let's see. There's definitely a couple more free agent tight ends that I'm not thinking of. So far I have Dallas Goedert, Isaiah Likely, Chig Okonkwo, Kadon, and David Njoku. Who else is there? There's Jonnu Smith. I don't know. I guess you could bring back Zach Ertz. I think that's not going to happen. If that does happen, it's not going to happen until after the draft. I'll put Jonnu Smith up there. That's really it. In terms of you feel about Trayvon Edmonds, linebacker. I'm a big fan of Trayvon Edmonds. Tremaine Edmonds. I don't know why I'm thinking Tremon. Yeah, I would not be opposed to that at all. He's definitely someone that I'd be a big fan of coming in. He's a bigger guy, but he's also really he's really mobile. I'd be a big fan of Tremaine Edmonds. Tremaine Edmonds. Let's see. Why? Devin Lloyd. Devin Bush. Dallas Goedert. Yeah, I got hit. Oh, let me put this back up since I'm moving back up here. So this is the list I have so far. Oh, offensive line. I'm not really going too far. Oh, there's only a couple guys. Cade Mays. Maybe there's a guard they want to sign, but I really don't think they're going to be going. They're probably going to sign a center. I don't think there's going to be much more after that. That's what I'm trying to say. We already have enough depth. Linebackers. So Tremaine Edmonds, Bobby Okereke. Another thing. I'm pretty sure they signed back Bobby Wagner. I don't know if I could be getting scammed. I definitely could be getting scammed here. I probably am getting scammed. It could have been a fake account. I only saw it once, and I have not seen anything on it yet. You know, I may have gotten scammed. I really hope I'm getting scammed, actually, because I believe it was like a 1-year deal for $9.5 million. And I would not like that at all, to be honest. I like Bobby and Von Miller 1-year deals. Like, they're not awful. In a 3-4, having that extra linebacker on the field, you're almost always having one linebacker being a spy or they're blitzing. So if that's Bobby Wagner every time, he's one of the best at it, in my opinion. But you're almost giving it away. You know, like Bobby, if they're gonna know if Bobby Wagner's on the field, he's probably blitzing. All right, I think I'm getting scammed. I can't find that. I haven't heard anything about it since, so probably Bobby Wagner to the Commanders on a 1-year deal is probably not done yet. And Von Miller, 9 sacks, that's solid, right? It's not anything crazy. It's definitely someone. They call him a mercenary, right? He's the guy that you sign in the middle of the summer, designated pass rusher, and you're just signing him to add to the. You're signing him just to add to the already Super Bowl worthy roster. So, I wouldn't mind Bobby Wagner, but he is much older. Oh my gosh. Wait. Wow. Kenneth Walker to the Chiefs. Wow. Kenneth Walker just got signed by the Chiefs. Well, there goes that dream. That is crazy. Kenneth Walker to the Chiefs. Wow. All right, I need to add more before this gets out of hand. Quay Walker. I definitely should have had this done earlier. Leo Chanel. I think that's it. I know that's crazy. That's definitely that's crazy. They have Travis Kelce back as well as Kenneth Walker. So fantasy football, Chiefs fantasy football may be back. We'll have to see what the quarterback situation looks like by the time Patrick Mahomes is back, right? From his injury. We'll just have to see. I think that's it on linebackers. Defensive end, Jalen Phillips, Boy Mafe, Odafe, Oweh. So Jalen Phillips, Trey Hendrick. Oh my gosh, couldn't spell. Kenneth Walker, Seahawks are crazy. I know, that's something that I'm really confused about. They have a lot of cap space. I don't know why they would not bring back Kenneth Walker. Like, he was the Super Bowl MVP. He's more of like an early down. He's definitely more of an early down, like speedier running back. Charbonnet is more of like your big body, short yardage, goal line. You know, and I've also heard Tyler Algier rumored to the Seahawks, which makes zero sense. So you have literally the same guy, copy and paste, Zach Charbonnet and Tyler Algier. I would understand it if it's more of like, Zach Charbonnet's coming back from a major injury. You need someone to step in and the exact role. That makes sense. However, once he's back, you have literally the same dude twice. Tyreek Hill maybe making a return as well. That makes sense to the Chiefs. Ashok, Emmanuel Wilson, running back. Is he Is he a free agent? Let me check. Emmanuel Wilson. I'm also a big fan of Emmanuel Wilson, to be honest. Available. Former Packer. He is a free agent. I mean, I wouldn't be too mad about Emmanuel Wilson. He's definitely not like your RB1. But, actually, I mean, you already have like, RFA. Is he an RFA? On Spot Track, it says that he's an unrestricted free agent. Browntown Cat. What do you mean? I'm his biggest fan. You mean? You mean my biggest? Who are we talking about? Oh yeah, Emmanuel Wilson. I think he's an unrestricted free agent. Either way, I don't know what I have not seen enough on him to like know what type of running back he is. Is he more of a is he a bigger early down running back? Is he like a can he catch passes? Like that's what I need to know. Cause like if he's more of an RB2, like early down, speedier, running through the tackles, running back, we already have Bill, so it's kind of redundant at that point. Don't have defensive tackle. What do you mean by that as well? I need some more context. I need some more defensive ends. Malcolm Coons, I'll put him up there. So, Joey Bosa, definitely not coming to the Commanders. Really no need. Joseph Osai. Really like that. AJ Epinesa. Really big fan of AJ Epinesa. Jalen Phillips, Kwity Paye. I don't think we're gonna go after Kwity Paye, to be honest. Clavon Chason. That's really all I'm seeing right now, to be honest. Yeah, that's really all I'm seeing. Shaq, I'm his biggest fan. I love the Shaq-a-roni. Really. Talking about Shaquille O'Neal or like a Shaq Thompson. He's kind of similar to JCA. Yeah, speedier back, but more powerful. He's 5'10", 230, decent catcher, high RAS guy. Huh, okay. Alright, Ashok, I understand. 5'10", 230, yeah. Okay, next up. Bucks are re-signing. They're finalizing a deal to keep Cade Otton in Tampa Bay. So, not too upset about that. I think he'd be in my opinion, I think he'd be a 1-for-1 replacement for Zach Ertz. Like, I think they're literally the same player, but you definitely have like some more athletic guys. Chig Okonkwo is likely that I think I'd rather sign before Cade Otton. Asked about DT because you don't have the position listed unless defensive end. Oh yeah, I don't have defensive tackle really listed just because we have so much depth there already. Deron Payne, we're already paying him $28 million, so like he's already gonna be your one of your defensive linemen. Javon Kinlaw, we gave him a 3-year, $45 million deal last offseason, so he's more of a in a 3-4, he's more of like your outside defensive tackle. Deron Payne is like a mix of both. He can play nose tackle. He also can play as an outside defensive tackle. Johnny Newton, he's also more of an outside defensive tackle. We just re-signed Shai Tuttle. Rasheed Walker, good offensive tackle shout. He is definitely a top offensive tackle. However, give you all the Packers guys law. Yeah, we definitely can steal a couple of your guys. I'm also looking at Romeo Doubs. I'm a big Romeo Doubs fan. So, my personal opinion, but my personal guess is I think Romeo Doubs is going to sign with the Patriots, and he's going to be their, wide receiver 1A, and then Kayshon Boutte is going to be your wide receiver 1B, kind of on the outside of like a speedier Z. And then Romeo Doubs can do both. He could be a like a route runner, as well as a guy on the outside, like a Z receiver. Alontae Taylor from the Saints for cornerback. I do like Alontae Taylor. I haven't done cornerbacks yet. Let me see more. Let me finish edge rushers. I think I'm done though with edge rushers. At least all the big guys. Yeah, I think I'm already done with all the edge rushers. There's some more smaller names, but they're not really guys that I'm too worried about listing at the moment. All right, let's go to corner. Last two are corner and safety. Yeah, so Marshawn, obviously not. Alontae Taylor. I see Trayvon Diggs, like, in the last 2 days, I've seen a lot of Trayvon Diggs. I don't know. People would just say they want him for like $2.5 million on a 1-year deal, and to be a what do you call it? Just to be like a backup, corner. Maybe like to put some competition for what's his face? Mikey Sanderstrill on the outside. Just so you get the most out of Mikey Sanderstrill. Let's see. So, Jamel Dean, I'm not a too big fan of Jamel Dean in the sense that bringing him to the Commanders would make that big of a difference. I think he's like a good corner, but I don't know if he will be here for the next 3 or 4 years. Greg Newsome. I think he will definitely get a big contract. Not like that big of a contract, but I think he'll definitely get a decent contract. Jeff Okuda. Josh Jobe. Yeah, this the Seahawks guys. Tariq Woolen. There's definitely a lot of corners. Cam Taylor-Britt, another guy that's pretty high on the list. However, I don't know if he'll fit that well in Washington, to be honest. Anzalone, good linebacker option. Probably pretty cheap. Rapunzel-looking guy. Yeah, I remember the long blonde hair. I don't know. I think he's going to sign with the Jets. He's on the Lions, right? I think. Yeah, I think he's going to sign with the Jets just and follow Aaron Glenn. Because Aaron Glenn, I think, is going to start calling plays in New York. And because of that, like, we all know how good Aaron Glenn was when he was the defensive coordinator. Or how good the Lions were when he was the defensive coordinator with the Lions. Why am I feel like I'm missing a couple guys. Tariq Woolen, Josh Jobe, Jeff Okudah. Nashawn Wright. And then Jalen Watson as well. I think that's all I'm going to include right now. And then safety. I already have a couple names. So there's Jalen Thompson, kind of a sleeper. I don't think I put him in my safeties video, but he's from the Cardinal. He's supposed to be really good. Definitely not Jimmy Ward. Definitely not Kyle Duggar. Geno Stone. Also a big fan of Geno Stone. Reed Blankenship. Walker deal. Oh, Walker got signed? I've not seen that yet. Let me keep refreshing X. Walker. I'm not seeing Walker yet. Oh, Kenneth Walker. I'm an idiot. I thought we were thinking Rasheed Walker. Walker deal is 3 years, $43 million. What a steal. No way Hawks wouldn't match that. Yeah, I don't know, man. Also, Jalen Watson just signed with the Rams. Former Kansas City cornerback Jalen Watson. He just signed with the Rams. So now the Rams have both Jalen Watson and Trent McDuffie. That's crazy. Well, no more Jalen Watson. Yeah. That makes no sense. Like I don't know if it's a cap space issue. I mean, I understand like, you know, once JSN comes off his rookie contract, he's definitely getting paid like probably by then like $50 million a year. So you do have to account that. So that's what I would be thinking of. Who's the other guy? Andre Cisco, CJ Johnson. What are some other safeties? Excuse me. Oh, Brian Cook. Big fan of Brian Cook. I'm not really seeing any other. No, Nick Cross. Oh, and then also, who's the guy from the Browns? Ronnie Hickman. Also, I really like Ronnie Hickman as well. All right, I'm just doing one last look through at the safety free agents, and then I'm going to probably close this tab and just go back to chat. This is probably it. Tavier Thomas. Definitely going to butcher. Wow. Older guy, but was already in the Durante Jones type defense, so I think that's it. Yeah, okay. I'm closing that now. So this is the final list. Wow. And Laramie Tunsil just got extended. So it's going to be 2 years, $60.2 million extension with Washington. So $61.5 million in guarantees includes the biggest signing bonus for an offensive lineman at $32.5 million. That is great. I'm really glad to hear that. Wow. That is crazy. Jalen Phillips agreed to a 4-year, $120 million deal with the Carolina Panthers. I did not expect that at all. Carolina Panthers are going to the Super Bowl. I'm just kidding. No, they're not. Some of my friends would like to think so, but if they can figure out Bryce Young, then they'll go to the Super Bowl. If the Carolina Panthers had Jaden Daniels, on that roster, they probably would have won the Super Bowl this year. I'm telling you that. Wow. So Jalen Phillips is done. Didn't stay with the Eagles. Holy crap. That is crazy. I gotta start making some texts. That's insane. I gotta tell my Panthers fan friends. So what's that, like $30 million a year? That's crazy. Like I was expecting like 20 to 25, but 30. He has to be like a top 10 edge rusher? That is definitely crazy. Hopefully it's not like last year with the Panthers. They signed Milton Williams and then he left and signed with the Patriots like a day after. That is crazy. Don't have a lot. It was definitely going a lot slower than I thought. Maybe in the next, like, what time is it? 12:43. It's only been 45 minutes. Oh, wow. Another trade just happened. Michael Pitman. That makes so much sense. Michael Pitman just got traded to the Steelers. Dang. So Michael Pittman to the Steelers. That makes sense. I think I had this in a video like super early on the channel. But Michael Pittman, if he was cut or traded, that would save the Colts like $25 million or something like that. And they would still be like a $5 million dead cap, but like, you know, in comparison, that's nothing. So that's, you know, I'm not surprised that they traded him, got some value out of him. And, you know, Alec Pierce is the wide receiver one now. So, I mean, I think it's definitely earned. And the Steelers definitely needed a wide receiver besides DK Metcalf. So let me look up Michael Pittman's stats. Michael Pittman's stats. So 784 yards on 80 catches, 7 touchdowns, 9.8. I need to find, if you guys know any places that I can find like advanced statistics, like, you know, places where I can see, like, for example, Michael Pittman, right? Where I can see how many routes he runs from the slot, from the outside, like what routes he's running, stuff like that. Preferably free, but because if I can see that, then that would make a lot of sense. DK Metcalf on the outside. And Maybe I guess maybe that's what it is. Maybe DK Metcalf is going to be more of a Z. He's going to be outside like a burner, and then you have Michael Pittman be the 1 or the X. That's probably what it's going to be. I would not be surprised. I'm just curious what the compensation is. Because I don't know what kind of. It probably would be pretty cheap if the Steelers are taking up a lot of the money. It probably is going to be like a. Let's just say, probably like a 5th round pick, maybe a 6th round pick. Would not be opposed to that, but definitely a lot of money that you're wrapping up in an almost 30-year-old receiver. This is going a lot slower than I thought. I'm liking the news. I'm liking the news that's happening, but definitely going a lot slower than I originally thought. Do have a lot of names here though. Probably should be updating this. So Kenneth Walker. This all makes sense. That all makes sense. Yep. Yeah, I think that's all up to date. I remember, I feel like last year, I don't know what I was doing. I think I was playing Madden or something like that. I was doing something, but I remember, the notifications were rolling in. They were rolling in so quickly. Every 2 minutes, another move. So, I just don't know. Oh my gosh, another thing. Dolphins signing Malik Willis. 3 years, $67.5 million. I have to make another text. I have to make another fake phone call. I'm not surprised though. Also, Ravens signing offensive line John Simpson to a 3-year, $30 million deal. Oh, he's returning to Baltimore. Okay. That is something else. All right, how about this? If you're in the chat now, give me your hottest takes on free agents that are still free agents, right? They're not signed yet, where they're going to go. I think I'm going to start out here. And I am going to say, I already said it earlier, but I think that, I don't want to say the one I said earlier. I already said Romeo Doubs to the Patriots. So, I already said that. However, my next one is I'm going to say Travis Etienne to the Broncos. I don't know if I like it. I don't think the Broncos definitely need Travis Etienne, but I've heard a lot of smoke about that. Travis Etienne to the Broncos. Oh, I think the trade terms have come out. So, they're swapping, like a pick swap. Huh. I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, that may make sense. Like, trading like a 7th and Michael Pitman for a 6th-round pick, and then the Steelers take up all of his money. That's not like that. It makes a lot of sense. Same thing as like Minkah Fitzpatrick. I bet the Jets are taking all of his money as well, just so the Dolphins can get something off their books in exchange for a 7th-round pick. I know a lot of people like complain about 7th-round picks, but like that means if a team has 7 picks in the entire draft, you're the 7th out of what, like 300 people, maybe more, that could potentially get drafted. So I know that every team has a 7th-round pick, right? Or most teams have around 7 picks, but still, those are still players that are valued enough to potentially be starters, right? You think of like Quinn Ewers. I don't know how to say his last name. He was a 7th-round pick for the Dolphins. I think he's arguably better than Tua, right? I think he's probably going to be well, obviously not. Malik Willis is now a Dolphin, but I think Quinn in his last like couple starts for the Dolphins looked pretty solid. And then you have like let's see, then you have like Bill. Bill's a 7th-round pick. Kyle Monangai. They're all 7th-round picks, still solid. Giants. I hear Giants. No, man. Giants reached an agreement with a 3-year deal with former Ravens tight end Isaiah Likely. That's tough. All right, this is what it looks like now. Let me change this. So, Alec Pierce is gone. Kenneth Walker's gone. Isaiah Likely, Kadon are both gone. Jalen Phillips is gone. Eric Stokes, Jalen Watson are all gone. Okay. You wouldn't mind if we got Trey Hendrickson. That is a hot topic. Here's my thing with Trey Hendrickson. I think he'd be a solid edge rusher. I see a lot of people on Commanders Twitter. They're always like, Trey Hendrickson is going to be our next Ryan Kerrigan. And I love Ryan Kerrigan. You could probably see in this jersey right here. That was a wonderful gift that my girlfriend got me for... wait, another thing just happened. Bears signed defensive tackle Neville Gallimore to a 2-year, $12 million deal. Okay. I don't know who that is. Man, my girlfriend got that for me. It's a signed Ryan Kerrigan jersey. He was my favorite player growing up. And he was, outside linebackers coach as well. Until this year where they decided to let him leave for the Washington Commanders. And I see a lot of people saying that he's going to be the next Ryan Kerrigan. I understand that. However, Ryan Kerrigan was with the team for 10 years or something like that. Trey Hendrickson's 30, 31. And he probably can still move at a high level, right? He was a sack leader 2 years in a row, 17.5 sacks in 23 and 24. Is that what it was? 22, 23, I forget. But then he got injured last year, and he did basically nothing. He had the contract, stuff, so he's holding out, which has been a pattern as of late, just because teams, their players are going to hold out, then they have to get ramped up super quickly once the contract does work itself out, and I feel like a lot of them just get injured. So I wouldn't Trey Hendrickson. I think he'd be a solid player, but I think the Commanders would overpay for him. They would give him so much money. He's already 31, and he probably is going to get injured again. Let's be honest. So I don't Holy crap, I can't talk. I would not be a fan personally of signing Trey Hendrickson. I would rather sign like who are the guys I have down here? Boy Mafe. Nope. Boy Mafe, Odafe Oweh. Excuse me. Sorry. Kalavon Chason, Joseph Osai. Like some of these guys who are younger, they may not have as much production like as of right now, but they're definitely guys that I think could grow into starting caliber edge rushers for the Washington Commanders and could be here for 4, 5, 6 years. And in that period, hopefully win a Super Bowl with Jaden Daniels. So I think that's what it is. I don't know if I want to sign like a 2-year deal with Trey Hendrickson and just hope that we win a Super Bowl within the next 2 years. So I don't know if that's my personal opinion on it with Trey Hendrickson. I just don't know if that's the move the Washington Commanders need to make at this point in time. Because we obviously saw after this past season, the Commanders are not in a state to where they're going to win the Super Bowl. So we could pull lightning out of a bottle once again, right? 2024 season was not supposed to happen. So they were supposed to still be a rebuilding team, not make the playoffs, and just continue to build with young talent. We decided to win a lot of games. So Adam Peters made the one trade at the deadline, getting Marshawn Lattimore, trading 3 draft picks for him. And obviously, Marshawn Lattimore was just cut, so it didn't work out. And we did not go to the Super Bowl. We went to the NFC Championship, which I'm a big fan of. I think we did really well. But I don't think doing that is really what we want to do at the moment. Getting Trey Hendrickson is what I mean. I don't think getting Trey Hendrickson is something that I would be personally on board with. Now, if they do that, like all power to them. And I'll be a fan of it. I'm still going to be a fan of this team no matter what. I don't think it's the right decision. Oh my gosh, another thing happened. I don't know why. Jets reached an agreement today with defensive end Joseph Osai on a 3-year, $36 million deal. All right, well, unfortunately, another guy off the board. And I think I just saw something else as well. The extension for Michael Pitman was a 3-year, $59 million deal. And the Saints are signing John Ridgeway to a 2-year, $6.2 million deal. Former Commander John Ridgeway. So, that's cool at least. I'm really not a fan of people on Twitter like just saying a bunch of random stuff. Saying like my sources say this. Yeah, they say like my sources say this and they were right about whatever big move that happened 3 years ago. And then they say, oh yeah, like one of them I saw today was my sources were right about Sam Darnold to the Seahawks last year, and so something is they just told me something crazy is about to happen with like AJ Brown. It's like, oh my gosh, like I just don't like how it has become a pattern to not scam, but just like spread, rumors and fake information just for is the audio's messed up? Okay. 1 second. All right. We're gonna test this out. See if it's messed up. So I'm gonna tap my microphone. This would be a little strange. Okay, all good now? I'll do it anyway. I'm gonna tap the microphone, and you'll see me tap it, and then you let me know if it's messed up, okay? The good tap test. All good now. My fault. Wait, chill. It's good now. Okay, good. All right, I just wanted to make sure. Sorry, I was like looking down. I'm looking down at my phone as well because the notifications there are much quicker than my computer for whatever reason, so I'm kind of looking at that. Yeah, we good? All right, sounds good. Oh, wow, okay. Ashok, former pass rusher, Kingsley Enegabari headed to the Jets for 1 year, $10 million. Was he good? I don't know him, so probably like mid. Or like just a rotational guy. Yeah, I just saw that. Oh my gosh, another Commanders thing, but it's not like it's just old. Oh, he was trash. Okay. Well, at least it's not anything crazy. Commanders 1 year deal for Treylon Burks, $2.35 million. Wait. $400,000 signing bonus, salary of 1.215. 40K per game active roster bonuses, up to 1.65 catches, yards, touchdown incentive, max deal $4 million. Okay, I'm confused about that. How is the salary and the other thing? Okay, whatever. It's $4 million at the end of the day, max of $4 million. I don't really care too much about the rest. As long as I don't mind paying him $4 million if he's gonna, reach his incentives of catches, yards, and touchdowns. I also think Trey Hendrickson is going to go to the Buccaneers. That's my other hot take. Oh, man. My other hot take is Trey Hendrickson is going to the Buccaneers. So, let me go back here and update this. So, we have... I'm just going to copy this arrow. Go back to the Colts. K9 is going to the Chiefs. Fortunately, Isaiah Likely is going to the Giants. K-Don's staying with the Bucks. Phillips is going to the Panthers. Osai's to the Jets. Stokes, Raiders. Watson is to the Rams. Okay. That's all we have so far. Still. Okay. So, according to John Keim, entering free agency, sense was Chigakonko was higher on Washington's list than likely. Was told they wouldn't overspend at the position, not sure yet what constitutes overspending yet, and Okonkwo would provide a more tight end. Okonkwo would provide a move tight end that they could use. So, I guess the sense was they liked Okonkwo more just because he was the starter and he was actively getting reps, every single day with the Titans, and because Likely was still he's shown flashes, but he wasn't getting everyday reps. They decided not to go after overpaying Isaiah Likely. Another one, former Saints linebacker Demario Davis reached an agreement with Jets on a 2-year, $22 million deal. $15 million fully guaranteed, and he is returning. So, returning to the Jets. Okay. Nothing crazy. So, I apologize if I'm looking at my phone a lot, guys. Looking at Twitter because it's getting stuff faster, but also I have a flag football game tonight. It's getting very serious. We only had 4 games this season, or this spring season. We have 4 games. The first 2 got rained out. Then our next one, we had our team forfeit, and so we got the win, by default. And then we have our last one tonight before the playoffs. And unfortunately, our starting center hurt his knee playing for another team last week because he plays for multiple teams. There's a competitive league and a rec league. He was playing. We are in competitive. He was playing in a rec league last week and hurt his knee. So he's not going to be able to play tonight. And then our starting quarterback is in Texas. So he is not going to be here to play. So we're trying to get all that figured out in what's technically our first game of the spring season that we're playing. So we'll just have to see what happens. Another meh move. Austin Hooper going back to the Falcons. He's a tight end. $3.25 million 1-year deal. Nothing crazy. Nothing to worry about as a Commanders fan. We still have plenty of guys on our board to see where they go. I also just wonder, I don't remember. I forget. Is the last year when I was looking at this, I had to not watch it, pay attention on my phone for most of it. So I'm trying to figure out what day that was. I forget if that was just the legal tampering period. Excuse me, or if that was the actual free agency start. I remember it being in the middle of the day. So I'm gonna assume it's the legal tampering period because it's the same time, I believe, every year. It may not be the same day, but it's the same time, whether it's a Monday at 12 and then the next Wednesday at 4. So, but I remember it being a lot more last year. Personally. Keep spamming the Okay, apparently I don't know if I missed this or not, but apparently the Vikings signing former Steelers corner James Pierre. I don't think that is. Okay, I think I'm getting a lot more here on my phone. So, Titans have agreed to terms on 2-year deal with Mitch Trubisky, solid backup, and Vikings are signing cornerback James Pierre to a 2-year, $8.5 million deal. Wow. Former Steelers running back Kenneth Gainwell signing with the Bucs, a 2-year, $14 million deal. Okie dokie. So, obviously, Rachaad White's not coming back there. So, that means that Kenneth Gainwell with the Bucs. Could Rachaad White be a Commander? We'll just have to see. All right, I'm taking a little break here for like 5 minutes. Be back in a minute, guys. All right. I'm back for those of you still here. Sorry it took a little longer than I thought. I had to make a phone call. But the Commanders have made their first signing of the offseason. It's going to be Amik Robertson. They have signed Amik Robertson, cornerback formerly with the Detroit Lions. He's 27 years old. This year for the Detroit Lions, he had 52 total tackles, 43 of those being solo, 2 forced fumbles, 1 interception, and 12 passes deflected. He stands at 5'9", 183 pounds. So what does this mean? I think he has a lot of inside-outside versatility. He can play in the slot. He can play on the outside. And I think that's really good for the Washington Commanders. Obviously, Alontae Taylor was the guy I was talking about earlier. He was the guy that I thought the Commanders could be looking at as an answer at either outside or inside, depending on how Mikey Sainristil turned out. So, in that specific situation, like say you signed Alontae Taylor, he could be your starting nickel, and Mikey Sainristil, if he's not doing good playing in the nickel, will play outside. And so you have your trio figured out. But if Mikey Sainristil is doing really well in the nickel, and that just allows you to put Alontae Taylor on the outside. So it really just depends. And I think Amik Robinson is definitely someone that is kind of the next best thing, right? He's 5'9", definitely not the tallest guy in the world, but he can do some stuff out there. 52 total tackles, 43 of those being solo. That means that he's a solid tackler. He could probably tackle an open space pretty well, right? He's the only guy making a tackle. I'm a big fan of this signing. So the Commanders have signed Amik Robertson, cornerback for the Washington Commanders, formerly with the Lions. Big fan of this. I'm going to add it. I've already added it to the spreadsheet thing here. So it's a 2-year deal for $17 million. Is it 17? Wait, let me check that real quick. Sorry about that. $16 million. Let me check. One thing said 17, one thing said 16. I'm going to say 16 for now. If it's 17, we can change it. I think it's 16, though. Unfortunately as well, Cade Mays, I think he's going to be signing with the Lions. That's unfortunate. Signing a 3-year deal worth $25 million. That is unfortunate. All right. Well, hopefully that means we're still in the mix with for a solid center or a guard, something that we can do something with, you know. Who are some other centers? I know. Oh, let me put some more centers down. Ethan Dochik. I think that's how his name is spelled. Let me look it up. So we are looking at the center position. Ethan, not Dochik, Pochik. Ethan Pochik, formerly with the Browns. We have Lloyd Cushenberry, Graham Glasgow, forgetting him. Graham Glasgow. I think that's all I'm going to include for now on that. So, not that upset. Cade May is definitely someone high on the list, but I'm not that upset that he's gone. Going to the Lions. Tyler Linderbaum still in the mix to be this team's next starting center. So We will just have to see. Yeah, I could do that. But I mean, it's already like, okay, I see what you're saying. So in the live stream, in the live stream, the what do you call it? This display window that's showing my screen, that's the max window of my monitor. But I made it so I cropped what you're seeing on screen in order to fit like my webcam and my logo and stuff like that on the side. So this is the max, like the max thing I can make on my monitor as I'm looking at it. What I could do is I could just start like deleting the names that have already been signed. Like I could take Alec Pierce off, take all these guys off that have already been signed, and then that allows the list to get shorter, and we'll still be able to see them. But I just don't know if it's not really that big a deal. So but yeah, I was just looking at Amik Robinson is Amik. I'm gonna keep saying Amik Robinson. It's Amik Robertson. I can't really find too many like highlight videos on him. The only one I could find that's like decent is when the Lions put out like a 3-minute video of highlights. A lot of just pass breakups, a couple interceptions. One of the interceptions was against Christian Watson in the end zone when Amik Robertson was on the Raiders. So I'm a big fan of Christian Watson. Had him in fantasy this year. So that was a little fun to see. But that was, obviously a couple years ago. He was last on the Raiders 3 years ago. So it's been a while, but from what I can tell, he can jump. Like even though he's 5'9", he has hops. He can get up there, and he's also a solid tackler. So I'm not mad about the move. Amik Robertson, 2 years, $16 million, $9.3 million guaranteed. Not the biggest guy in the world, but I think athletically he's pretty solid, and that allows you to keep Mikey Sanders-Strill on the outside. That's what I expect at least. So that is officially the first signing for the Washington Commanders here in the offseason 2026. So or how about this, Ashok? If you're still here, what do you think about me moving my logo and everything like that, moving all that up, and then where my logo is now, creating a list of signings, and then I can get rid of this right column here. I think that wouldn't be an awful idea. All right. Let me see if I can get this come on. Let me figure this out. I don't want this to lock. Alright, that's going to just have to be where it is. Uh-oh. I'll make that a little smaller. Okay, and then I'm going to add a So, let's start out. What's his face? Meek. Robertson. Cornerback. 2-year. 16 million. And I'm going to make that that color, and also make it much smaller. Wait, let me... So, thinking like that. And that way, I'll just keep this. I'm going to move Alec Pierce over there. I'm going to move so man. This just does not want to work with me. Okay, I may make it a little better for now. And obviously we're going to have more moves to happen, and then we can continue to change all the stuff. Wow. Oh, that's unfortunate. I think it is official. Man, left you guys on a cliffhanger. Ravens free agent center Tyler Linderbaum reached agreement today on a record deal with the Raiders, who are awarding him with a 3-year, $81 million deal. That includes $16 million guaranteed and makes him the highest paid interior offensive lineman in the NFL. That is crazy. So that, let me do some math. That's like what, 27? 81 divided by 3. Yeah, $27 million a year. That is unfortunate for the Commanders. But $27 million a year is something actually, that's insane. That is a lot of money for a center. That's crazy. And let's see. Ian Rappaport just put something else up as well. Wow. Okay. Arizona Cardinals have agreed to terms on a 2-year, $12.25 million deal with former Falcons running back Tyler Algier. Okay, so that takes off Tyler Algier from the list as well. Cardinals. So I just assume that means that when James Conner gets back from injury, he had what? He only played one game, yeah. Oh. You want me to do it for like everyone else as well? Yeah, I can do that. So Alec Pierce, 4 years for, what was it, 116 mil. This was like 3 years for what, like 43 mil? Yeah. I'll keep going. Okay, let me look at James Conner real quick though. Obviously he didn't play this year. He only played in one. But receiving, yeah, I think he does get a lot of targets. Yeah, okay. Okay. So, all right. Yeah, okay. I'm going to stick with that. So, Tyler Algier, we just got that. That is 2 years for what? 12.25 mil. I guess I'll just go down the line. Tyler Linderbaum. Yeah, 3 years. Man. 81 mil. That's crazy, though. That is insane. Kobe Bryant. That was a 3-year deal for 40 mil with the Bears. Anzalone, 2-year, 17 million. Where is he? He's down here. Oh yeah, he's right there. He's looking at me right in the face. 2 years, 17 mil. All right, I think we're getting more. All right, yeah, okay. I just keep getting more things talking about Tyler Linderbaum and James Conner. Or not James Conner, Tyler Algier. Yeah. Not surprised the Ravens couldn't keep Tyler Linderbaum for that much money. That is crazy. So, Anzalone, yes. Hooper, don't really care about. Isaiah Likely, 3-year deal. Oh, let's do Jalen Phillips. 4-year, 120 million. I remember Eric Stokes was 3 years, 30 mil. Where's Isaiah Likely? Should be right here. Oh, Osai. Yeah, I'm gonna get Osai. 3-year, 36 mil. And then Isaiah Likely was 3 years, 47.5. That's a lot of money. Holy, that's a lot of money for a tight end that wasn't even a starting tight end. So it's a 3-year, $40 million deal, but it's upside of 47.5. I'll just put 47.5. Just because I think Cade Mays was 3 years, 25 million. Who do I have left? Just Jalen Watson and Cade Otton. Three-year, $51 million for Jalen Watson. Rams are probably going to win the Super Bowl, let's be honest. Oh, it's 45 for... Ian Rappaport says 45. 3 years, 45 for Kenneth Walker. Cade Mays. Oh, not Cade Mays. Cade Otton. Still... I don't know Cade Otton's deal. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything showing me what Cade Otton signed a deal worth. Let's see. Let me check this to see if this says. I'm looking at Cade Otton, right? Yeah. Cade. Yep. $45. Okay, Cade Otton. Cade Otton, I don't think his number's out yet. Not sure, at least. Yeah, okay. I think that's it so far. So this is the list we have so far. So we have Alec Pierce, 4-year for $116 million, staying with the Colts. Kenneth Walker, 3 years, $45 million with the Chiefs. Gainwell. Oh, don't have Gainwell. No, I was missing someone else. Okay, let me find Gainwell. This was not that far. 2 years, $14 million. Okay. So 2 years, $14 million for Gainwell. Tyler Algier, 2 years, $12.25 million. Cade Mays, 3 years, $25 million with the Lions. Algier went to the Cardinals. Kenneth Gainwell went to the Bucks. Tyler Linderbaum, 3 years, $81 million with the Raiders. That is insane. Isaiah Likely, 3 years, $47.5 million with the Giants. Cade Otton, I don't think the number's out yet. Alex Anzalone, 2 years, $17 million with the Buccaneers. Jalen Phillips, 4 years, $120 million with the Panthers. Joseph Aside, 3 years, $36 million to go to the Jets. Amik Robertson, 2 years, $16 million to the Commanders. That is our first signing here with the Washington Commanders. Eric Stokes, 3 years, $30 million with the Raiders. Jalen Watson, 3 years, $51 million with the Rams. And finally, Kobe Bryant, 3 years, $40 million to go with the Bears. So if you guys are new to the stream, right here on the right side, these are players that have been signed, all of which were potential targets of the Washington Commanders. Over here in the middle section, I have guys that are still unsigned. However, they're still targets of the Washington Commanders at each position. And each position, obviously, is over on the left. So this is what we have so far. A lot of different moves could happen here. Hopefully, I'm hoping everything happens quick. I remember things happening a lot faster last year. Like every 2 minutes, another notification shows up. But I feel like things have been really slow. I mean, maybe not. This is definitely a lot of moves to have happened. However, I guess my scope of this is much different, just because the Washington Commanders can make so many signings that they've only made one so far is just surprising. So I'd imagine the rest of these corners, I don't think the Commanders are going to touch, to be honest. Maybe they add one more, but I don't think it's going to be like an everyday starter, in my opinion. Tight end, Isaiah Likely, Kate Otten off the board. I think they're probably going to decide David Chigakonkwo is my best guess, just because of his age as well, but his also playmaking ability. And it also helps that he was a starter last year with the he was a starter last year with the Titans, so he showed to have played, for entire seasons. Unfortunately, Cade Mays went to the Lions, so that means that Ethan Pochik, Lloyd Cushenberry, Graham Glasgow are kind of the last centers that I know of that are notable. Running backs, Kenneth Walker, Kenneth Gainwell, and Tyler Algier all off the board. Kenneth Walker signed a pretty big deal with the Chiefs. And that means Travis Etienne, Rico Dowdle, Rashad White, Joe Mixon, Najee Harris are all kind of names that the Washington Commanders could look at signing here at the running back room. Wide receivers also still wide open. The only guy signed, notably, is Alec Pierce, and then Michael Pittman was traded to the Steelers and extended with the Steelers. But Romeo Doubs, Brandon Ayuk, Tyquan Thornton, Rashid Shaheed, Juwan Jennings, Jalen Naylor, and Wan'Dale Robinson are still on the board here. So we'll just have to see what happens there. I'm really big. Brandon Ayuk is still technically not a free agent yet. He's still signed with the 49ers, but he's expected to be released here come Wednesday when the when the new league year starts. I realize I missed all the defense, but so for the defense, Alex Anzalone has been the only guy to come off the board. Let's see, Tremaine Edmonds, Devin Lloyd, Devin Bush, Quay Walker, Leo Chanel, Nakobe Dean are all still there for the Commanders to sign. At the edge rusher position, I don't think the Commanders are going to do anything about signing like a bigger bodied edge rusher. I think they're looking more at like a pass rusher. So Jalen Phillips and Joseph Osai are off the board. But it still leaves Boye Mafe, Odafe Oweh, Trey Hendrickson, probably the biggest name on there, Malcolm Kuntz. I don't know how to say his name, actually. I'm not going to lie. Is it Malcolm Kuntz or Malcolm Kuntz? I really don't know. AJ Epinesa and K'Lavon Chason. So those guys are still on the board as like a potential edge rusher. Corner, we already signed Amik Robinson. Solid. Probably going to be our starting nickel corner, if we're being honest. He's probably better than Mikey Sanders in the nickel. He's played for longer in the nickel, so not surprised. Wow, another signing just happened. Let me get finished with this, and then I'll get to that in a second. So I don't expect any other corners to be signed by the Washington Commanders. Alontae Taylor, Jamel Dean, Greg Newsome, Jeff Okudah. I can see Jeff Okudah coming. He would definitely just be a backup, someone that already knows the defense. So he could definitely come to the Washington Commanders on a cheap deal. Josh Jobe, Tariq Woolen, Nashawn Wright, all going to be probably well-paid corners in the league. And finally, for the safety position, Kobe Bryant's the only guy that's been signed by the Bears. Jalen Thompson, Geno Stone, Reed Blankenship, Andre Sisco, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Brian Cook, Nick Cross, Ronnie Hickman, and Tavier Thomas all are still on the board. Now, the next signing that has happened, Travis Etienne, the running back formerly with the Jaguars, is signing with the New Orleans Saints. So I think he's from Louisiana, so it makes sense that he's close to home. Unfortunate. I also was a big fan of Travis Etienne. Really wanted him to come here. Let's see. The number is not out yet, I don't think. No, it is not. So let me just put... Let me just put this there. Wow. Okay. So, still... I actually gotta delete this. Uh-oh. The list is getting shorter as we go on, unfortunately. So and another signing just happened. I could call this from a mile away. According to Ian Rappaport, Wan'Dale Robinson's going to the Titans. That is probably the worst kept secret in the NFL. So I can just copy and paste this. That deal is also not public yet, I don't think, but going to the Titans. So now, yeah, okay, I'm not surprised at all. Wan'Dale Robinson's a really solid, very solid slot receiver. So definitely someone that I would be cool to have come to the Washington Commanders, but I'm not that mad about that. Travis Etienne, though, definitely someone I wanted. So that's unfortunate, but it makes sense that he wanted to go back to home. He wanted to stay somewhere where it's warm. I mentioned that in an earlier video when I went over the running back free agents. Yeah, I thought he was just going to stay in Jacksonville, but obviously they're pretty strapped for cash, so I'm not surprised that he had to go elsewhere. So, and also going back down here, C.J. Gardner-Johnson. He's more of like a nickel safety. Like, he is very good playing him as the nickel corner. So because of the Amik Robertson signing, I really don't think C.J. Gardner-Johnson has any chance to come to the Washington Commanders, but I'd imagine that he didn't really have a chance anyway, just because he was a free agent last year. Like, he got cut in the middle of the season, and we didn't really make any moves at him, even though we had plenty of money in cap space still. I think we sold like $10 to $15 million in cap space once the season started. So C.J. Gardner-Johnson, definitely a player that I would have liked to see with the Washington Commanders. I think he'd be a solid nickel safety, but they signed Amik Robertson, so I'd imagine that he's probably going to go elsewhere. Wow. Okay, a lot of stuff's coming in. Holy. That's crazy. Okay. Wan'Dale Robinson, his deal is public. It's a 4-year deal worth $78 million. So what does that come out to be? Is that 18 and a half? No, wait, 19 and a half, sorry. Yeah, $19.5 million a year for Wan'Dale Robinson. That's crazy. On top of that, so David Harrison put a Twitter post out. He says, at first blush, Amik Robertson is an inside-outside versatile cornerback for the Commanders, coming from a Lions defense known for its physicality and aggression, which fits with the Durante Jones. Says Jones wants Robertson to play for the Lions. He watched Robertson play for the Lions over the last 2 years. So pretty solid signing there. And another one came in. Adam Schefter, former Eagles wide receiver Jahan Dotson, reached agreement today with the Falcons on a 2-year, $15 million deal worth up to $17 million with $10 million guaranteed. So, again, not Jahan Dotson. We cut him Adam Peters cut him for a reason. They did not think he was going to fit here with the Washington Commanders and where they wanted to go. So, Jahan Dotson, I think he's a solid wide receiver 3. However, he's going elsewhere with the Falcons. I believe the Falcons also signed Olamide Zaccheaus. So Jahan Dotson, Olamide Zaccheaus, and Drake London seems to be their wide receiver trio going into 2026, which I think works for them. So hoping that we can get some more moves done. I was expecting a lot more. I would have thought that. I believe both the Commanders and the Titans were both reported by who was it? Ian Rappaport? I forget. Someone said that the Commanders and Titans were going to be one of the. Oh, sorry, have to change that thought. 4 years. What is it? 4 years, 52. 4 years, $52 million for Travis Etienne. All right, 4 years, $52 million for Travis Etienne going to the Saints. So, what was I going to say? Yeah, I think Ian Rappaport said that he expected the Commanders and the Titans to be the most active in free agency. Obviously, they have the most money, going out. But so far, the Raiders. Who else has been really pretty active? The Raiders, Bucks, I think, have been the most active. So, and I think the Jets have been pretty active as well. So that's going to be should be us right now. Definitely should be us. We need to bring some more guys in. There's plenty of dudes out there. Plenty of guys that I really want the Commanders to target here. Chiefs, okay, another one. I don't know if this really makes too much of a difference for us, but the Chiefs have agreed to terms with defensive tackle. How do I say that name? Kairis Tonga, the defensive tackle formerly with the Patriots. $21 million, 3 years, $14 million guaranteed. So definitely something that I guess works for them. They have Chris Jones getting older, so not surprised they wanted to get someone else to fill out on the defensive line. I think they also need to fill out someone as a designated pass rusher as well. Karlaftis, definitely someone that is a solid. I think he's a pretty decent run defender, but just getting to the quarterback, especially for how much money they gave him, I don't know if he's the answer at the moment. I think they need to find someone else. I wouldn't be surprised if they, if, for example, Ruben Bain fell to them at 9. They already got the running back. I don't see the Chiefs wanting to trade up anymore for a running back in Jordan Love. So I think the Chiefs probably going to sit there at 9. They're probably going to take the best available player. Probably going to be Ruben Bain, who's going to fall after his performance at the draft, being none, right? Because he didn't really perform. But they have to probably get some more bodies there on the defensive line. So those of y'all in the chat, I asked this earlier in the stream. Give me the hottest takes of free agents that you want to see signed. I had a couple. I think. Actually, I don't know how much this is gonna hold true anymore, but I said the Bucks are gonna sign Trey Hendrickson, the edge rusher, and I also said the Patriots are gonna sign Romeo Doubs, the wide receiver. So what are your thoughts down there in the chat? Let me see. Can I make another? I feel like Joe Mixon is going to do something. Coming off a major injury. He's got to go somewhere. He wanted to get released, so I feel like he expects to play at least coming this year. So we have to look for. I need to find a running back needy team. Obviously, the Commanders. The Commanders are one. I don't know if the Commanders want to sign Joe Mixon for how old he is, as well as where he is in his recovery from his injury. So some other running back needy teams probably. Let's go by division. So NFC East, I think it's all figured out. Apparently, I don't know why they're talking about this. Kenneth Walker was apparently rumored to the Giants. Makes zero sense. I mean, I understand Cam Scatterbo is injured. Like, he tore his what's it called? Oh no, he had he broke a bone in his foot or something like that, right? He had the gruesome injury. So will he be ready by the time the season starts? I don't know. Is he probably going to be your running back in the future? Probably. If I was a Giants fan, I have a lot of Giants fan friends that love Cam Scatterbo, and obviously Cam Scatterbo was going crazy this past season before getting injured. I think he's your answer with the Giants. So I don't know why Kenneth Walker would be rumored to the Giants in the first place. Kenneth Walker is not someone that is going to be like your substitute until Cam Scatterbo comes back. So I could see like a Joe Mixon going to the Giants. They already have Tyrone Tracy. It wasn't great, you know. They have who's the other guy? The older guy. I forget his name. But Joe Mixon would make sense there. I don't know if Rico Dowdle will go to the Giants, to be honest. I don't think, just because of Cam coming back, I don't know if Rico Dowdle will go. Saints are really going all in. They're signing former Bills guard David Edwards. I don't think I ever mentioned him in a video, but that was also someone that I really wanted the Commanders to sign. Definitely would have been plug and play going to the left guard spot, obviously. So that's a little tough. So as of right now, Nick Allegretti's your starting center, and Brandon Coleman's your starting left guard. So we'll have to see. Chris Paul is definitely. We'll have to see where he goes. I'd imagine he's probably not coming back to the Commanders, but we'll just have to see. David Edwards deal is 4 years, $61 million. So interesting. If you guys have watched videos here in the past, you probably see that there's some new. Holy crap! Let me see some new things. Oh, I got some new things hung up. Once again, thankful to my wonderful girlfriend who has gifted me those. It may look everything like, if you look down at the bottom right of my camera, you'll see the baseboard of the floor where the lamp is, and the picture and like my shelf. They all may look off. I think that's just the webcam, the way it's capturing it. It kind of looks like a fisheye, in a way. I promise you, the picture is not crooked. So I apologize if that's, annoying some of you. I can promise that it's not crooked. So, but it's what do you call it? It's I guess it looks like an icon of Northwest Stadium. So obviously not the greatest stadium in the NFL, but one of the places that, the Commanders, when I was growing up, the Commanders were playing there. So has a lot of nostalgia to me. And even though structurally not the greatest stadium ever built, but one that I will always remember as the first stadium for me to ever watch the Washington Commanders play in. So definitely something that I'm very grateful for, very grateful for the poster coming from my girlfriend, and as well as this like tin sign up there, also for the Washington Commanders. Really like that. Thought it'd look great sitting there on my door. Even though it's not the, not the biggest thing. It's kind of blending in with my door, actually, now that I look at it. But it just says the Washington, Commanders on it. It has the, what do you call it? The National Mall up there and football and stuff like that. Pretty cool. Oh, another big one. Raiders have agreed to terms with wide receiver Jalen Naylor on a 3-year, $35 million deal, including $23 million guaranteed. Unfortunate. That's someone else that I really wanted. So, let me first fix my spelling. That is unfortunate. 3-year, what is it? $35 million. To the Raiders. Wow. Raiders are going crazy this offseason. Really have to figure out that offensive line, though. I don't know who they have. They have that one like center or guard or something like that. So, like Powers Johnson or something. I forget. I thought he was pretty decent, But the rest of the offensive line they have to figure out. Obviously, they get, what's his name? Tyler Linderbaum. So, solid center. But they're really going all in. Signed Jalen Naylor, 3 years, $35 million. Definitely getting their wide receiver core back up and running. They have Ashton Jency coming back. Who else? Who else did they sign that I have here? Eric Stokes, probably a decent cornerback for them. They have their other receivers. They have, what's his name? Dante Thornton, the really big guy. I think he was out of Tennessee last year, 2024. Jack Betch, wide receiver out of TCU. They have that. Who's that small guy? The really short slot corner. I forget his name. You guys probably know who I'm talking about. He had that one 40-point week against the Commanders last year in fantasy. Forget his name. Pretty short though. He's like 5'8" or 5'9". I don't know. The Jets have agreed to terms with veteran defensive tackle David Onyemata on a 1-year, $10.5 million deal. Don't really know him. So, native of Nigeria, who's introduced to football in college in Canada, signs another lucrative deal. Okay. That's cool. Don't really know him, though. So, not really too worried about that signing. I just need the Commanders to be a little more active. Another thing, personally, I've seen a lot of people like this move. However, I am not a big fan of Jawan Jennings at all, personally. I think I mentioned this earlier, but I think as a receiver who I think he's really well known for his blocking, first of all. So, decent blocker, really good in the run game, but I don't see him being a Washington Commander. I just can't. I cannot imagine Jawan Jennings being a Washington Commander personally. And if he does, I'll still be a fan. I said that before with Trey Hendrickson. I'll still be a fan of the Washington Commanders if they sign Jawan Jennings. But I just don't think I cannot imagine Jawan Jennings being a Washington Commander. I can't see him catching passes from Jaden Daniels. I can't see him being alongside Terry McLaurin. I just don't see it. So I expect them to probably sign Jalen Naylor's off the board, so I expect them to probably sign like a Romeo Doubs or a Tyquan Thornton, someone like that. So probably like a Z receiver. Could be Rashid Shaheed as well. Someone that is going to be on the opposite side of Terry McLaurin to take the top off the defense and basically make every team have to play at minimum cover 2 or cover 3 at all times just because of the receiving threat that we have downfield. And then hopefully Brandon Ayuk is cut here in the next couple days. Well, not cut. He's already been, cut, released. Hopefully he's released in the next couple days. And then if we can sign him as well, imagine Terry at the X on the left side. Then you have Brandon Ayuk in the slot. And then you have Tyquan Thornton at the Z. Right? I think Tyquan Thornton ran a 4.3 when he came out of Baylor. When he got drafted to the Patriots. Just imagine that, right? That'd be scary. I've seen a lot of Chiefs talking head YouTubers and guys that they do the same thing I do, but for the Chiefs, they really want the Chiefs to bring back Tyquan Thornton to be their wide receiver 3. I think they have, what was his name, Hollywood Brown coming off the books, kind of a lower name wide receiver, free agent. But if, for example, I guess they would have Tyquan Thornton at the Z. They would have Rashee Rice if he's not in jail in the slot, and then I guess they would have Xavier Worthy at the X. I don't know. Really does not make that much sense to me how the Chiefs see their players, because Xavier Worthy is really he can do really everything. So he's just quick. Getting a lot of ESPN fantasy notifications. especially with Kenneth Gainwell. I mean, not Kenneth Gainwell, sorry, Kenneth Walker. Probably going to be a solid fantasy option if he doesn't get injured again for the Chiefs. Most likely going to be taking a majority of the snaps, so probably going to be like a second or third round draft pick in the fantasy draft, which I'll be excited for. Travis Etienne probably also going to be up there. Probably Alvin Kamara, would not be surprised if he gets released, or at the very minimum is more of just like a receiving back. But Travis Etienne can really do a lot. So Tyler Algier probably going to get a lot of touchdowns. I don't know how much he's going to do, though. I think he'll probably be a solid like 6th round pick, maybe a little later, 6 to 10 round. And like most likely for a, what do you call it? I mean, most of the leagues I played for have always been like 12 people. So you can kind of base your opinions off that. But Tyler Algier may be a solid RB2/flex. Could be good for, let's see, probably get you a lot of yards, probably get you a lot of touchdowns, but I don't know probably going to get you like a decent amount of yards, but not like that home run type of running back that's going to go out for like a 50-yard run. You know what I'm saying? He's probably going to get like 5 yards, 3 to 5 yards every play he runs, and then probably a couple touchdowns here and there. Isaiah Likely probably going to be a solid tight end. Kadon, maybe he'll be a solid tight end, but the Bucs just have so many receivers. They just like the tight end position just doesn't really matter. Like Kadon before Mike Evans got injured, Kadon was like no one. Obviously people knew him, but like he was never an option as a receiving tight end. But once Mike Evans got injured, he kind of had to be that option. So, we've been live here for 2.5 hours, and we've only made one signing so far, which is a little unfortunate. See, Alec Pierce, definitely going to be a top 3 round, not top 3, probably at least fantasy-wise, in the top 3 rounds. Probably round 2, late round 2, early round 3 pick. So, let's see what else. Wendell Robertson, probably going to be very fantasy relevant. What else? Jalen Naylor, I don't really know. They do have a lot of receivers now. They have a couple guys. I don't know if he's going to be like that number 1 option. The Raiders just may be a team where they just have 3 wide receiver 2s, and they just all kind of rotate in and out, do a lot of stuff like the Packers. So we'll just have to see. Not too much more. I'm really underwhelmed with everything that happened. John Kime reposted a post from Ryan Clark saying, "Love this for Meek. Big time dog. I thought and think they need an outside, and Sanderstrill could be the inside guy. Now you think it's Mikey, Meek, and Amos when they go sub-package. Not a bad group." And I could agree as well. We'll have to see how it works out. I think Mikey may just be on the outside now, and then Amik Robertson probably will be on the inside. That'd be my guess, just because we're probably going to be playing a lot of match and zone coverage. So, yeah. Really getting quiet, though. Not a lot going on. I can see the viewers are dropping, so unfortunately, we will not have that much more going on. Really, really underwhelmed. Thought this was gonna be a little more fireworky, as Ian Rappaport said we should expect once free agency begins. Apparently, I also saw someone saying that the Commanders are very active on a lot of calls for a receiver, which I'm not surprised about, but you would think something would have happened by now. Hoping it's for like a Romeo Doubs or something like that. Just another number 2 receiver. Because obviously we saw last year Debo still hasn't been signed yet as well, but Debo cannot be a number 1 receiver. It will not work. So need someone like a Romeo Doubs who can come in, and if like Terry got injured, Romeo Doubs definitely has the talent to be a wide receiver 1 and getting that type of workload. Same with Brandon Ayuk if he is let go here in the next coming days. But not a lot happening, unfortunately. You could probably go after. What am I trying to say? We can go over the moves again so far. So, okay, for the receivers, we have Alec Pierce signed a 4-year, $116 million contract to stay with the Colts. Because of that, the Colts decided to trade Michael Pittman Jr. to the Steelers. And then the Steelers decided to extend him as well. Wandale Robinson signed a 4-year, $78 million contract with the Titans to follow his former head coach, Brian Daboll. And Jalen Naylor signed a 3-year, $35 million contract with the Raiders. The Raiders are definitely doing a lot this offseason so far. As for running backs, Kenneth Gainwell signed a 2-year, $14 million deal with the Bucks. Kenneth Walker signed a 3-year, $45 million deal to be with the Chiefs. Tyler Algier, 2 years, $12.25 million to go to the Cardinals. Travis Etienne, 4 years, $52 million to go with the Saints. Bucks are doing great so far off cheap deals. Yeah, they are. Expect them to do a little more, though, as well. Like I said before, wouldn't be surprised. Trey Hendrickson goes to the Bucks. Would not be surprised. And tight ends, Isaiah Likely, 3 years, $47.5 million to go with the Giants. That's a little bit of an overpay, personally, if you ask me. But Cade Otton, still unknown number, unknown contract, but I think he's re-signing with the Bucks. Alex Anzalone, 2 years, $17 million to stay with the Bucks. Jalen Phillips, 4 years, $120 million to go to the Panthers. Probably one of the biggest signings of the free agency window so far. Joseph Osai, 3 years, $36 million to be with the Jets. I completely disregarded the offensive line. Cade Mays, 3 years, $25 million to sign with the Lions. And Tyler Linderbaum, 3 years, $81 million to sign with the Raiders. For the corners, the Commanders have signed Amik Robertson, 2 years, $16 million, solid wide receiver cornerback. Eric Stokes signed a deal with the Raiders, 3 years, $30 million. Jalen Watson signed a deal with the Rams, 3 years, $51 million. And lastly, Kobe Bryant signed a 3-year, $40 million deal with the Bears. So that is what I have so far. There have obviously been more moves that have occurred. However, oh wow, that's big. Okay, however, those other moves don't really regard the Commanders and what they're trying to do. So, like Malik Willis signed with the Dolphins. We don't need a quarterback. So it's like, I'm not going to include that. Breaking news: one guy by the name of Mike Evans is signing with the... Wow, that's a lot. Okay, he's signing with the 49ers for a 3-year deal. That's crazy. I didn't even expect him to, like, play for 3 more years. What is he, like? He's, like, 33? The contract's still not public yet, but that is crazy. Signing with the 49ers. So obviously that means not Brandon Ayuk. Juwan Jennings is gone. He's not signing. He's not re-signing with the. Definitely not re-signing with both 49ers. Oh, here we go. Wait, no. Oh, another one. Jamel Dean. That was right before this. Okay, Jamel Dean. Ian Rappaport reported the Steelers have agreed to a deal with cornerback Jamel Dean. He gets a 3-year deal worth $36.75 million. Wow. Okay. You know, I'll put that up there just because. It's 3-year. Don't know the number yet. To the 49ers and Jamel Dean corner. On a 3-year, $36.75 million to go to the Steelers. Okay, so a couple more names to add. Yeah, I did not expect Mike Evans to ever be a Washington Commander, to be honest. I don't think it made sense. He wanted to go somewhere that he could get targets, he could be the number 1 receiver, and Commanders just don't make sense. We already have Terry, already paying him over $30 million a year. So absolutely no reason. Once the official number comes out, I'll make sure to add that to the list here. Really not a lot going on in the safety room. May just be because definitely just because not a high priority position. Linebacker also not really a high priority position. So I'm not really too surprised about that. But definitely crazy. Definitely something that I did not expect having. Definitely did not expect Mike Evans going to the 49ers. Well, obviously I saw reports, but definitely not something that I thought was going to happen personally. Okay, so I keep getting notifications on X, and I think it's like it's always just like someone, you know, reposting a earlier post from like 20 minutes ago. Under normal circumstances, that's pretty, you know, pretty normal. But with this, where like minutes matter, and I don't want to be looking at something from 20 minutes ago. It's a little annoying. But still waiting. Commanders need to get more active. I need to see more movement from the Commanders right now. We're not doing enough. Amik Robertson is not going to push the needle. So, if you guys are new to the stream, I have said this a couple times before. Let me know your hottest takes on potential free agents that you think other teams will sign, right? Mine earlier, I thought that Trey Hendrickson is going to sign to the Bucs. Still has not happened yet. Trey Hendrickson has not come to an agreement so far with any team. I also think Romeo Doubs could go to the Patriots. That is another guess of mine that I think could happen. So let me know in the chat what you guys think if you guys are new to the stream. Really would wish that more moves would happen. Normally things are like I said earlier, last year things were breaking almost every 2 minutes. Mike Evans. Even with Mike Evans going to the 49ers, the Buccaneers are not mad about that at all. I mean, obviously Mike Evans is their guy, right? But let's look at their wide receiver room without Mike Evans. They have Chris Godwin, one of the best slot receivers in the NFL. Emeka Egbuka, one of the best rookie receivers from last year. Jalen McMillan, a breakout young guy from a couple years ago. Tez Johnson, another slot, decent receiver from Oregon, rookie last year, and Cameron Johnson. Not really too familiar on him. I just saw another deal happen. I don't know what team yet. Man, former Browns linebacker Devin Bush reached an agreement today on a 3-year, $30 million deal that includes $21 million guaranteed with the Chicago Bears. Gosh, we can't get nothing, man. All right. Let's add this to the list. Another name. 3 years. 30 mil to the Bears. Another guy off the list. Unfortunately, Commanders cannot. I mean, there's definitely other guys out there. Let me take Devin Bush off the list here because he's over here now. There's other guys out there. Tremaine Edmonds, former Bear himself, would not be too mad about that. Devin Lloyd, top name as well. Quay Walker, athletic freak. Leo Chanel, another solid linebacker, and Nakobe Dean, the former Eagle, could also be a play there at the linebacker position. We'll just have to see. More guys I thought we had chances at are going somewhere else, so we'll just have to see. Adam Peters needs to start making more phone calls. I know he's probably going crazy. Yeah, same stuff we did last year. We ended buying damaged goods. Yeah, I know. I mean, it's so hard. I wish I could just be there while he's making phone calls, and I could be like, oh, I can see why things aren't happening. It's so difficult seeing, we have so much money in cap space. There's really no reason not to be that frugal. Obviously, you're not going to give some mediocre guy, a blank check. But if you need to spend a little bit more money right now just to have someone on the roster that's better than what you had before, going from last year to this year, the cap space, total for the NFL, went up by $20 million. That's if you signed one dude, so that means let's just say next year the cap space is going to go up again by $20 million. That is $23 million. Obviously, inflation is going to account for that. But if you sign someone to a 4-year deal worth, let's just say 15 times 4, $60 million, then next year you're still going to be paying him the same money, but you get another free $20 million added to the cap space. So you're not really benefiting from not signing someone just because you're iffy on them, if that makes sense. If they don't work out, yeah, you're kind of in the hole there. But you have guys that are decent, right? You have, let's look at the defensive end room, for example. Trey Hendrickson is probably the top guy. A couple years ago, he would have made $40 million. Like, and he would have been signed at 12:01 once the legal tampering period, started. But now he's had a couple years off. He's been injured a little bit. It's getting a little harder to want to give him that much money. So you have some other lower name guys, Boye Mafe, Odafe Oweh, AJ Epinesa, K'Lavon Chason, right? All these guys, you're probably not going to be paying them that $40 million, obviously, but I think Odafe Oweh, his market is at like 19.25. I'll give him that right now. Maybe he wants a little more than that. Maybe you just add on another year. He's like 26 years old. So I know Adam Peters, he's not really a big fan of like giving players like a 4-year deal. Like he's shown in the last couple of years he does not want to do that. He does not want to give players that he does not know that big a contract. But it comes a point in time where you kind of just have to change. You kind of just have to give someone that much money just to be a little better than you were before. You're taking a risk, but you're taking a risk regardless. 49ers giving a 33-year-old receiver a 3-year deal. Like I did not expect that at all. I was expecting like a 1-year deal with a contending team who needs a wide receiver, and he's getting 3. That is more a bigger contract probably than some of the 20. That is a bigger contract than the corner we signed, who's 27. He got a 2-year deal worth $16 million. I know the money is not going to be the same, right? 2 different positions, 2 different players, 2 different talent types. But in terms of how long the deal is, you have a 33-year-old receiver getting 3-year deal. That's just like unheard of in the NFL. So if we're not willing to just, get our feet wet a little bit, doing something we're not used to doing and giving players a multi-year contract, we're not going to end up getting that good of players. And that's just what's going to happen. So, yeah, same stuff we did last year. We ended up buying damaged goods. Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate. Austin Eckler, solid. I think he was solid in 2024. Didn't do well in 2025. Got injured. Same with Dietrich Wise. Was older, one of the best run-stuffing defensive ends probably in the NFL. Loved him. I still love him today. But he's getting old. He's more injury-prone. So you're taking a risk regardless. And you even have young guys like Joe Alt, drafted in 2024. Probably one of the best tackles. Probably going to be one of the best tackles in the next couple of years. He got injured. Was out for the season. So it's like the age, does matter, but it's not discriminative of just the age. Like young guys aren't always gonna be immune to not getting injured. So Adam Peters is gonna have to start taking risks. It's not going to end the way we want if you don't take a risk, unfortunately. So some new ways need to happen. I need to see some more names. Come off the board. Even if it's not to the Commanders, at least we can get a better idea of who will come to the Commanders, if that makes sense. But still have a lot of names on the board. As receivers, Romeo Doubs, Brandon Ayuk, it probably will get released here in the next couple of days, so I'm going to include him there for now. Tyquan Thornton, speedy outside Z receiver. Really big fan of him. You have Rashid Shaheed, same thing, speedy Z receiver. Juwan Jennings, not a big fan of him. Don't really want him to come to the Commanders, but he's still up there on the list. Running backs, Rico Dowdle, Rashad White, Joe Mixon, and Najee Harris. Not really that high in names. All the big guys are already off the board. Then you have offensive line. We still have Ethan Pochik, Lloyd Cushenberry, Graham Glasgow, all centers. We definitely need to fill someone there. Even if, they want Nick Allegretti. I don't know if he's going to be the starting center. I don't know if I really want that, to be honest, but he's up there. Then you have tight end Dallas Goedert, Chika Okonkwo, David Njoku, and Jonnu Smith, all still on the board. Isaiah Likely and Cade Otton are gone, but I wouldn't mind a Chika Okonkwo. Oh, I cannot talk. I would not mind a Chika Okonkwo. Really solid, athletic tight end. And I really think that he would do super well in this offense. Linebackers, Tremaine Edmonds, Devin Lloyd, Quay Walker, Leo Chanel, Nakobe Dean still on the board here. Then we have at defensive ends / edge rushers, Boy Mafe, Odafe Oweh, Trey Hendrickson, Malcolm Kuntz, AJ Epinesa, Kalavon Chason. Corners, we already signed Amik Robertson, so I doubt the rest of these guys will be signed. However, still on the board is Alontae Taylor, Jamel Dean. Oh, yeah, let me take him off. Jamel Dean was already signed. So Greg Newsome, Jeff Okuda, Josh Jobe, Tariq Woolen, and Nashawn Wright. And for safeties, Jalen Thompson, Geno Stone, Reed Blankenship, Andre Sisco, CJ Garner-Johnson, Brian Cook, Nick Cross, Ronnie Hickman, and Tavir Thomas. So that's what we still have. Tampa Bay Buccaneers put out a post. When the time comes, we look forward to celebrating Mike's eventual Hall of Fame career. That comes out from the official Tampa Bay Buccaneers Twitter account, and they said an official goodbye to a legend like Mike Evans, and as well his cap number was, I think, now publicized, $60.4 million. $4 million. So, what did I just do? 60.4 mil to the Niners. Did something. I've done this before where I have made it so text has 60 million. Yeah. 60 million. It is crazy. $60 million, 3 years, Mike Evans. He will be, by the time this deal comes, he'll be a 36-year-old wide receiver. So if the 49ers don't win a Super Bowl in the next 3 years, I don't know if they ever will, with Brock Purdy at least. No clue. That is crazy. Still waiting on more moves though. I keep doing this. So I don't know how to fix this. Where like the letters, type on top of each other. Don't know how to fix that. Bro. I'm gonna ask chat. Not you guys, ChatGPT in Notepad when I try and add words in between words. It overwrites the following letter. Sounds like overtype mode is turned on Notepad. In this mode, you can type in the middle of text to replace the characters ahead. Press insert key on your keyboard once. Try typing again between words. Insert. So, there you go. Yeah, I hate that. I always do that. I hate when I do that. Okay. Still nothing yet. After the Mike Evans deal. Gotta see some more things. Gotta see some more moves. I hate the silence. Need Adam Peters to keep working, keep making some moves. We don't need this waiting game. It was reported that Adam Peters wasn't going to be stingy with the pocketbook. Reported that he was going to be pretty active when it came to giving money out and signing players. But still have not done a lot. Only one guy signed, Amik Robertson, cornerback. I mean, he's doing what he wanted to do. That's improving the defense. I think it's perfectly good signing, but you can't stop there. Thankfully, like, none of the other guys really are. None of the other guys are really coming off the board. So there's still a lot of free agents that are still here in this middle column. I can't do that. In this middle column here, that are still on the board, that the Commanders still have the opportunity to sign and help out with this roster. But I swear there would have been more moves by now, more talks. I think, yep. Oh, just dropped my phone. Ravens are they're also not tendering running back Keaton Mitchell, and he'll enter free agency. Another guy, I don't know if he's a starter. I don't think he's going to be like a day one starter for a team, but I think he'd be a solid depth piece. But like, you already have Bill. There's really no reason to have someone else like that, unless he's like a really solid receiving back. See some other posts. JP Finley. Durante Jones wants versatile pieces and coached in the NFC North the last 2 years. Seeing Robertson twice a year, he clearly thinks Amik Robertson can help in Washington. I agree as well. Nikki Jabahal. I cannot say that name. Every time I hear people talk about Nikki Javala, they say it so easily, but I cannot figure it out. She says that Robertson is a smaller corner at 5'9", 183, but he has the versatility to play inside and outside. He spent most of his defensive snaps out wide last season, led the Lions with 12 pass deflections, pretty solid, after spending most of them inside in 2024. So I think I like that. I like that versatility. A lot of people not happy about Mays and Linderbaum being gone, thinking that cutting Biotish seems a lot more curious now, and they're going to be trotting out Allegretti probably to start at center. Grant Paulson. I like the Amik Robertson signing because you can play him inside and kick Mikey out to corner full time, and Sanders Shola has been way better at corner. Washington was desperate for vet cornerback help. Good start to the day. I cannot agree more. I think that's pretty good. Amik Robertson, even though he played basically full-time outside last year, I think his moving back to inside, I would think he's more than capable of doing that. Let's see. Rashad White. John Keim says Rashad White, who has said he wants to play with Jaden Daniels, could fill a role in both the run and pass game. Definitely. He is someone that's still not currently signed at the moment, so if he wants to come to the Commanders on a cheap deal, I would not be opposed to that at all. Let's see. David Harrison says that some free agents still on the board for the Commanders to potentially target: cornerback Alontae Taylor, edge Odafe Oweh, wide receiver Rashid Shaheed, running back Rashad White, and tight end Chig Okonkwo, among others. Definitely, there's more guys. I don't know if they're going to sign another corner being Alontae Taylor. I think Amik Robertson's kind of like the same type of player, unless they want to have keep Rashid. No, what am I saying? You keep Alontae Taylor on the inside, Amik Robertson also being a starter on the outside, or vice versa, and then Mikey Sanders still becomes like a bench player. I don't know. I don't think that really would work out, to be honest. Apparently, Evan Sidery on X says the Commanders made an offer to Alec Pierce eclipsing over $30 million annually, but he decided to stay with the Colts for $29 million a year. Many teams believe Pierce's flash upside to justify growing into a consistent wide receiver one in the near future. That is some news. Wow, the Commanders want to give him $30 million a year. That is crazy. Huh. I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to that at all. Alec Pierce is definitely one of the top receivers on the market. Well, he was before he got signed, but they're over $30 million a year is crazy. Okay, what else? So, according to Emmanuel Benton on X, he says still plenty of players available for Washington. Doesn't sound like Peters is penny pinching, but it appears he has numbers that he's just not willing to go above, which is understandable. Seems like they swung and missed on Pierce, but got outbid for likely / Linderbaum. Definitely got outbid by the Raiders for Linderbaum, but it also was reported that I think Isaiah Likely was not really someone they were too high on anyway, so I don't think they necessarily got outbid for him. They were just kind of like, look, if you want to pay him that much, go ahead. Like, we can go get someone else. So I think it was more of like that. Let's see. A lot of old news. Also more of a lot of old news. Okay, let me go down here. All right, it seems that... Yeah, okay. It says that Browns could be signing free agent linebacker Caden Ellis after losing Devin Bush. And a compensatory 6th-round pick will be heading to Cleveland because of Bush's departure. That is something to note of, just because we don't have a lot of draft picks in the first place. So having to send a 6th-round pick to the Browns for Devin Bush, I don't know if the Commanders were willing to do that. Even though I think Devin Bush would have been a great linebacker to have. You're giving up a 6th-round pick for a linebacker to have for the next 3 years. That's proven. I don't know. It's a trade-off. Let's see. And Browns are signing former Chargers guard Zion Johnson to a 3-year, $49.5 million deal, $32.4 million guaranteed. Love that for him. Think he's a solid guard, and they definitely needed to add more, more bodies to the offensive line. So I'm not surprised. Going back to Laramie Tunsil, I mean, we all saw yesterday he was posting a lot of different pictures about the Washington Commanders as well as like some videos. And today came out that he got his extension done. So happy about that. Definitely needed someone to to get that done. Definitely needed Adam Peters to make that happen. So I am very, very excited about that. But besides that, still pretty quiet. Appreciate all you guys that are in here still, hanging with me. And let's see. David Harrison on Twitter again reposted a video that came out from Oliver Davis II. And it's basically a clip of Amik Robertson. Let's see. He was covering Jamar Chase. Was he in the slot? Okay, Jamar Chase was in the slot. However, he was that outside receiver. There's no one outside of him. And he locked him down. Really, he looked like Jamar Chase was running a outside whip route. Meek Robertson read it like a book. Was able to stay in front of him, and was able to kind of jump the route for an interception. Really good play there. If you guys want to go and look at that, search up at D Harrison 82 on X. He just posted about a minute ago. Really making me more excited about that signing by the minute. Another thing to think about, since the Commanders really haven't done anything so far. I completely lost my train of thought. Oh my gosh. What was I saying? Huh. What was I saying, bro? Oh, yeah. Okay. Obviously the couple running backs are gone, going to other teams, but Commanders still could be the play at pick 7 to draft Jeremiah Love. I personally am not a fan of that, drafting a running back like him that early. I think he's a great player. Don't get me wrong about that. I just don't know how beneficial that would be compared to getting another player at pick 7. We'll just have to see how the board falls, and there's not really a lot of teams that are going to be willing to trade up, I feel like, in this draft. So if we just have to get the best player available at 7 and we need to draft Jeremiah Love, I won't be opposed to it. But I just think that trying to save up for that hypothetical situation is not something I want the Commanders to think about doing. Another X post I just see, Mark Taylor, Hogs Haven on X. Reminder, Quinn said the priorities in free agency are adding length and speed for sure. Said on defense that can either be a pass rusher or a coverage key that affect the quarterback. And now we have two cornerbacks who are under 5'10", who are 5'10" and under, being Mikey Sainristil and Amik Robertson. That's funny to point out, just because they're definitely speedy, but I don't know how much length they have. Also, because Kenneth Gainwell is going to the Bucs, that means not Jalen Naylor. Oh, what's his name? Who's the running back for the Steelers? Jalen something, right? Oh my gosh, let me look it up. Steelers running backs. Jalen Warren. Couldn't think of it. Jalen Warren probably going to be a lot better for fantasy next year. And on top of that, Caleb Johnson, the running back, the rookie running back from last season, he, I think out of Iowa, right? He probably will also get a lot more looks, especially in the passing game. Would not be surprised about him. Let's see. Another one. Former defensive end from the Bears, Dominique Robinson, headed to Houston on a 1-year deal worth $4 million. Not really anything to worry about there. Nothing else yet. This is a little strange, but at least me personally, like obviously I'm a diehard Commanders fan. I'm gonna be a Commanders fan my whole life. But two teams that I also like are interested in, and like I wouldn't say like keeping up with them the same way I like keeping up with the Commanders, but like I always like for them to succeed is the Packers as well as the Browns. I think those two teams I always like to watch them succeed. So, especially with the Zion Johnson signing with the Browns, especially the Browns. Like the Browns are a team that like I enjoy playing with in like Madden franchise and trying to rebuild them. So, with that, with the Browns signing guard Zion Johnson to a big deal like that, I'm pretty happy for them personally. But because of that, I need Adam Peters to start signing some guys. We can't have this like signing one dude and going into day 2 of free agency. Thankfully, like at least we have like a lot of guys still on the board here that have not been signed yet. But still need them to do something, you know. Just waiting for the notification saying former whatever has signed to the Washington Commanders on a blank year deal. I'm gonna keep my apps open so I can keep looking out to see who signs where. You also have like Kyler Murray. Like what's going to happen with him? Obviously, he's not going to get released until the start of the new league year, right? But is he able to? Does anyone know that? Is he able to sign today to a new team, or will he have to wait until Wednesday at 4? Same with like Tua. I don't know if he'll be able to sign anywhere. That's something that I'm a little confused about. Because like for example, Tyler Biadasz was able to sign like the day after to the Chargers when he signed his deal after getting released like last week. So I'm a little curious about that because I've also seen like I wouldn't mind seeing Kyler Murray go to like the Vikings and just seeing what happens. And then I know that apparently the Falcons are really in on Tua. So I'm not surprised. They already have Michael Penix, who's a lefty. So they, could look at that as a potential backup for Michael Penix as he develops, or even just like a bridge starter. And they really would not have to change too much of the like game plan, because like obviously the blind side for like Jane Daniels is the left tackle, and the left tackle needs to be really good, but it's the opposite for a lefty. So having that continuity in who the quarterback is and just having similar looks kind of helps if you have two lefties at your quarterbacks, even though it's not really it's not really a common thing. But if you're having two lefties at the quarterback position, it does help out, especially with Michael Penix coming back from a injury. You need to have someone there for a couple weeks at least if he's not ready to go by week 1. Or even by training camp, you kind of need someone to run training camp. Still very quiet. I don't know if you guys seen these things. Oh man, I keep dropping them. These like Nido things. They're like filled with, it's the rubber block filled with some type of like paste. My girlfriend's obsessed with them, and she got me a couple of them. And I just keep them on my desk whenever I'm like sitting here doing whatever. And I just play with them. And apparently there's been a lot of like stories that my girlfriend tells me where she, will bring them to like class or something. or like wherever, and she'll have people like literally come up to her and sit with her just to play with whatever Nido cubes, and then they'll sit there and talk and socialize for a little bit. Some funny things. Apparently they're going like super viral on TikTok. So I guess I'm a little late to the party, but we have reached radio silence once again. Last time I went on a break, like 15 to 20 minute break, and the Commanders decided to sign another player. So maybe I should do that again. Do have to use the bathroom as well, so that would probably be helpful. I think we'll do that. I think I'm gonna go on another break. I don't know how long, but probably only like a minute or two. I'll use the bathroom, and hopefully I come back and the Commanders have made at least like 4 signings, and then we can talk about it more, and then we'll have a great time after that. So give me like 30 seconds. So let's do that. 30 seconds. I'm going to use the bathroom. I'll be back, and hopefully the Commanders will sign someone. So all right. I am now back. We have some. Can you guys hear me? No, I think you guys are good. All right. Sean T. Burke. AP got drunk this weekend and forgot to set his clock. Probably. On top of that, it was, what was it? It was like, holy crap, I can't think of it. Like when the clocks jump an hour. Daylight savings. Oh my gosh, I don't know why I couldn't think of that. Daylight savings too. Probably got forgot about that. He probably thinks it's. Oh, I guess no. By now he thinks it's 2:15. But maybe when the deal started happening at 12, he still thought it was 11 or something. Wow. Okay, we have more. Man, more news. Two more signings. Not with the Commanders, unfortunately, but defensive tackle / defensive end for the Broncos, John Franklin Myers, is signing with the Titans on a 3-year, $63 million deal with $42 million guaranteed per the insiders. So that was someone I included in a video earlier. I don't have him here on my spreadsheet thing, but he's someone that I included earlier, but I didn't think he was really an option with the Commanders. Can you only imagine with how cheap he is now? Just think how bad signing JD5 is going to go next year. Yeah. The extension will probably be like more than what Dak got, probably. Like I expect him to be extended for more than $60 million. I would not be surprised. Especially with how talented he is. I would not be surprised at all. And another signing. Oh, 2 more signings. Okay. Let me make sure I have these up to date. Come on. Let me refresh. Okay. So 2 more signings. I'll do the small one first. Colts are signing former Titans standout edge Arden Key to a 2-year deal worth up to $20 million. Not really what we care about. And unfortunately, the Giants are signing standout linebacker Tremaine Edmonds to a 3-year, $36 million deal. $23.7 million fully guaranteed. Unfortunate. He's giving him he's giving him a scrappy team this year to Mercury him next year. Okay, you're gonna have to tell me what you're trying to say there. But yeah, if he's not able, I think I get what you're trying to say. If you're not able to give him a good team, like he may not even want to sign back with you. Like I really hope Adam Peters can do as much as he can. Bro, AP needs to hurry TF up. Definitely, he needs to lock in. Get Trey Hendrickson. I'm torn on that. I said this earlier in the stream. Trey Hendrickson, I'd rather go get like an Odafe Oweh who can, who's more of a designated pass rusher. We have a lot of run stuff. Like our defensive line against the run, I think is gonna be very good. I think we're gonna be very solid. However, on passing situations, we need a designated pass rusher. So like an Odafe Oweh, Bowe Mafe. Let me get the spreadsheet up open. So here's what we have on the right. For new people here in the stream, the right is people that are already signed. The left here, or the far left, is going to be by position, and the middle section here, these are all names that I expect the Commanders to be kind of in on for each respective position. So, Trey Hendrickson, he's a little older, obviously like 31, right? If they give him like a 2-year deal, that'll take him to his 33-year-old season. He already had an injury this year. I don't know if that's the best thing to do. I don't expect the Commanders to go to the Super Bowl next year. I think it's a possibility, but it's not like something that's going to happen. So I think Trey Hendrickson is someone that like we could go after, but I'd rather go after someone that's younger and that has a lot more potential, if that makes sense. So like an Odafe Oweh, who do I have here? Boye Mafe, Odafe Oweh, AJ Epinesa, K'Lavon Chaisson, maybe. He's kind of like lower on the list. But you kind of get what I'm saying here. Come on, man, do something. That's what I'm saying. I need to see some more moves. We need to undercut him. If you mean by like undercut, like pay JD5 less money, I don't know. JD5 is amazing. I think. Oh wait, I meant to undercut him. Where he's giving him a scrappy team this year to undercut him next year. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, yeah, I don't know. We suck. We can't get nobody. That's what I'm saying. We can't get anyone. They're not trying to sign anyone besides Amik Robertson. It always sound like Ayuk is coming, so get Shaheed and Okonkwo. I could be on board for that. We need a Z receiver, a speedy guy like Shaheed. I'd be on board with that. And Okonkwo, that's exactly what I want to see as well. Athletic tight end that can be a good pass catching tight end. And at UNC Unk Prods, we need players who are big names. It'll help the youngsters, definitely. Definitely some bigger names that like will make the team more, first of all, attractive to other free agents, right? If the Commanders are able to sign like a huge name, like for example, I say Trey Hendrickson is probably the biggest name. I personally would rather go after someone else, but let's just say they sign Trey Hendrickson, right? That's probably the top name at in this class for defensive ends, as well as the entire free agency class as a whole. The Commanders are able to sign him, they may be able to get a couple more guys as well who are going to want to follow in like a bigger name's footsteps, as well as be able to, if they're, established players, they will also help out the younger players kind of develop. Yeah, that makes sense too. Do you think we should get Mixon or Shaheed? I would be on board for Shaheed. I think he'd be a solid Z receiver, a speedier guy, kind of force teams to play like cover 2, cover 3, and that will help you with the run as well. If you establish a threat downfield, the teams will have to kind of prepare for that, right? So if a team has to have more defensive backs on the field to cover the receivers, then that means that the run game will be a little better because you'll be able to have let's say, have a more aggressive running back be able to run through some defensive backs. You know what I'm talking about? So by creating that mismatch, you're kind of putting yourself in the best position. And Sean Burke, I think he is too, just can't make heads or tails of this. Yeah, I don't know. I'm hoping. I got a couple more notifications on my phone. We'll see what they are. Nothing really else. So Ian Rappaport says, with Baltimore, John Harbaugh's team had Patrick Queen and Roquan Smith, now Tremaine Edmonds with the Giants. Yeah. John Keim says the big one that got away from Washington was wide receiver Alec Pierce, but the Colts re-signed. Do believe he would have been here, but he never came free, so he's not. As for Jalen Phillips, Adam Schefter reported Washington and the Eagles were outbid by Carolina, definitely. Jalen Phillips paid $30 million a year. That's insane. And then Jahan Dotson, he signed a deal with the Falcons. So I think we pick up a few other offensive options than so. I hope so. Hope we can get a receiver. Hope we can get a running back. We need to fill out this roster even more. With all the radio silence, I hope we see a flurry of names pretty soon. Same. I really hope that, like, obviously we're just looking at it as it's coming in, but Adam Peters is definitely has like 4 phones on his desk, picking up different calls, calling different agents, and I'm hoping he's doing his best he can to get some names on here. And then Prod says, spend big on defense, then draft Love. Here's the thing with Jeremiah Love. Like, obviously, Jeremiah Love is probably one of the best running backs. Like, he's the best running back in this class. Probably would be one of the best running backs in the last couple of years. Probably a top 10 running back in the draft in the last couple of years, if you put all the classes together. Jeremiah Love, like, let's look at it this way. You guys have probably heard of the term of positional value, right? So, for example, we're sitting here at pick 7. The best quarterback, the highest paid quarterback gets paid $60 million a year. That's Dak Prescott. And a rookie contract for a pick, if you pick a guy at 7, is probably going to be no more than like $15 to $20 million, including the rookie contract and signing bonus. So let's just say $15 million. You're gonna get paid 25% less than the highest paid guy at your position. So is it worth picking a quarterback at pick 7? Yes, because you're getting, like, so let's say Jaden Daniels. He's probably one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL, top 5 in my opinion. I'm a little biased, but that's okay. So he's getting paid $15 million to be better than Dak Prescott, who's getting paid $60 million. Let's look at defensive ends, right? Let's look at like a young guy like last year rookie. Who's the guy that just got arrested? James Pierce Jr. from the Falcons. 11 sacks, probably one of the best edge rushers ever in the rookie year. He's probably getting paid. He was a late first round pick. Probably getting paid like $10 to $12 million, right? A year. The highest paid edge rusher is probably getting paid in the low 40s, right? Micah Parsons, I believe, at 42. And he's getting paid roughly a quarter of what the best edge rusher is doing, and he's doing pretty well. But when you say like a running back, the highest paid running back is Saquon Barkley. He's getting paid like $20 million. So you take Love at pick 7, you're paying him, let's just say $10 to like $12 million, maybe a little more, maybe like closer to $15 million. So he's already getting paid big money, and we don't even know how good he is. So that's the same issue with like Caleb Downs as a safety. This highest paid safety is what, like Derwin James at $25 million or something like that. Oops, sorry. Didn't mean to hit my microphone. If you're going to take a safety with the 7th overall pick and pay him, what, like $12 to $15 million as a rookie, and he's not that good, then you're wasting a lot of potential money, right? That's kind of the whole idea. So I think Jeremiah Love would be a great addition, especially if we don't land some of the other running backs. I just don't know if it's worth taking him at 7. If it's like we kind of have to and he falls to us and we don't have a good running back going into it, I'll be on board of it. But if it's like we have other options and we have a guy that we can sign right now in free agency, I'd rather go with the free agency route. That's my personal opinion. I think that was a little long, but that was kind of how I've have thought about it. Should I take a break and check back later to hope to get some luck? Prods, you know what? They may work out. Last time I took a break, we had. Sorry, I'm looking at my phone. I keep seeing notifications. I'll get to them in a second. Last time I took a break. You know what? Let me get back to the chat in a second. Let's look at these new couple more signings here. Okay, another former Giant signing with the Titans. Again, the Titans are making a lot of moves, and the Commanders need to start working more. The Titans have agreed to terms with cornerback Cordell Flott to a 3-year, $45 million deal. Excuse me. With $32 million guaranteed. So Cordell Flott, former Giants cornerback, I think he's a solid. Oh my gosh, I keep seeing more stuff on my phone. I gotta hide my phone. I keep like ruining the surprise. Cordell Flott, solid nickel receiver. I think he's really good in the slot. $15 million a year. Titans are going all in. Chiefs standout safety Brian Cook is expected to sign with the Bengals as they make a splash in defense, according to Ian Rappaport. 3 years, $40.25 million. Another guy I really want to see, so I'm going to add him to the thing. Unfortunately, Brian Cook, 3 years, $40.25 mil to the Bengals. I believe that's the Bengals' first free agency signing. I think there's one more I saw. Yep. Okay. I was not. Oh, 2 more. Okay. Broncos, according to Zach Stevens, Adam Schefter reposted this. Breaking, Broncos nearing an agreement with running back J.K. Dobbins. So I think the Broncos were close to getting a deal with Travis Etienne, or they're trying to. I've heard rumors about that. They were not able to, and they're closing on a deal with J.K. Dobbins. So, next up, this is the one that I saw kind of got spoiled. Titans aren't done. They're, according to Ian Rappaport, Titans aren't done. They have agreed to terms with cornerback Alontae Taylor as the former Saints star moves on. 3-year deal worth $60 million with $42 million fully guaranteed. Wow. Alontae Taylor going to the Titans. 3 years, $60 million. Man. That is crazy. Okay, we can see the chat real quick. Can't, but we'd have to move up for Love. I know we can't, but we would have to move up for Love. I don't see him making it 7. If we don't, somebody will jump over us. Maybe. I mean, what's his name? Saints really don't need a running back anymore. Chiefs don't need a running back anymore. I mean, go down the list. Let's say Raiders is almost a done deal. They're getting, what's his name? Quarterback Fernando Mendoza, right? So, and obviously they drafted Ashton Jeanty last year, so they don't need a running back. Number 2 overall pick, the Jets. They have Breece Hall. Number 3 is the Cardinals. They just signed Algier, and they have James Conner coming back. I don't think they're going to get a running back. 4th overall pick, the Titans. Potentially they have Tajay Spears and Tony Pollard. I've heard a lot of smoke about that. I don't know if that's going to happen though. So I don't know if they'll draft Jeremiah Love with the 4th overall pick. I don't see it happening with the amount of running backs they have. 5th overall pick, who's that? Who's number 5? Let me see. Sorry, guys. I can't figure this out. 2026 draft order. Oh, did I get that wrong? Oh, no. Wait, no. That makes sense. The Giants. The Giants hold the number 5th overall pick. That's right. It's the Giants. Okay. Yeah, the Giants. Scatabo. They already have Scatabo. He's coming back. They could be in the market for another running back. I don't know. That's kind of another thing. They did decide to release. What's his name? Bobby Okereke, I believe, right? So I think they could be in the mix for what's his name, Sonny Styles as well. Cleveland Browns, they already have Judkins and the guy from Tennessee, both the rookies from last year. I don't know. They're probably not getting a running back. Commanders, we have a chance. Like there's a realistic chance that he does fall to the Commanders at pick 7. So, if we don't, somebody will jump over us. Maybe I could see the Saints and Chiefs jumping. I don't see them anymore. Bengals, maybe. I don't know. I don't know if people are gonna move up for Love. Same prods. Yeah, guys, take a break. Hopefully they come back. Hopefully Adam Peters. If you guys take a break, by the time you come back, Adam Peters will make some moves. Maybe at this point, why would JD re-sign? Well, right now, at what time is it? Right now for me, it's 3:31 p.m. I don't know if the Commanders, they're obviously not done. It started 3.5 hours ago, right? The Commanders are definitely not done. There's still plenty of names on the list that they can move for. So if they do, or if they're able to fill the room, fill the roster with as many players as possible, like in the next coming days, even though right now we're not really happy that they aren't really making a lot of signings. In the next couple days, they make a couple signings and make the roster pretty good. We're probably going to be a lot happier, right? Obviously, Brandon Ayuk probably going to get released on Wednesday, and most likely coming to the Commanders. So, somebody will trade with Tennessee to get Love. They could. If I pull up the entire draft order, let's see the entire draft order. So let me go down the list. Saints probably not going to get Love. Chiefs not going to get Love. They already have. What's his name? Kenneth Walker. Bengals, probably not. They have much more issues. Miami Dolphins, they probably not getting Love. They already have, what's his name? The H-Chan. Cowboys, they have Javonte Williams. Jets, they already have. Oh, this has a mock. This mock draft I'm looking at just for the draft order. They have a trade, but at pick 12, Cowboys already have Javonte Williams. 13 Rams, they already have Kyron Williams and Blake Corum. Baltimore Ravens, they have Derrick Henry. Tampa Bay Buccaneers, they already have Kenneth Gainwell, who they just signed, and Bucky Irving. Jets at 16. They are, again, they have Javonte Williams. Jets at 16, they already have Breece Hall. Detroit Lions, they have Jahmyr Gibbs. Minnesota Vikings, could be looking for what's his name? Jeremiah Love. Could be. They could be looking to trade up because they don't really have a starter. Panthers probably not getting Love. Okay, let me take a break from this and look at more. I got a ton of notifications. More Alontae Taylor. Chris Godwin saying goodbye. Brian Cook to the Bengals. We already figured all that out. Yep. So yeah, I could see maybe the Vikings want to trade up with Tennessee to get Love. Maybe. Panthers, no. Cowboys at 20, no. Pittsburgh Steelers, they already have Jalen Warren. Probably not. Chargers, they already have Amorian Hampton. They probably not. Philadelphia Eagles, they have Saquon Barkley. Probably not. Cleveland Browns at 20. Oh, sorry. Yeah, Cleveland Browns at 24. That was formerly the Jacksonville Jaguars pick, but they traded it. Like I said before, they're probably not getting a running back there. Chicago Bears, they already have Monangai and DeAndre Swift. They're probably not going to trade it for running back. Buffalo Bills, they have, what's his name? James Cook. Probably not trading up for running back. 49ers have Christian McCaffrey. Probably not trading for running back. The Texans, they just traded for David Montgomery. Probably not getting a running back. Chiefs from the LA Rams, like I said before, they already have Kenneth Walker. Probably not trading for running back. Broncos, they have the guy from last year, the early draft pick. What's his name? The guy from UCF. What's his name? RJ Harvey. They're probably not getting a running back. And they, like I said before, a couple minutes ago, J.K. Dobbins, they may be working a deal out with him. Patriots, they already have the rookie from last year and Ramondre Stevenson. Probably not getting a running back. Seattle Seahawks, maybe. Potentially. Don't have Kenneth Walker anymore. Seahawks are definitely someone to watch out for, probably. They don't have Kenneth Walker anymore. Charbonnet's still injured. they could be looking for adding another guy. We'll just have to see. Get back to the chat. I just said that. Yeah, just talked about trading up with Tennessee to get him. Maybe. I don't know. Dobbs, Shaheed, Oweh, Woolen. Okay, I'm going to give you my opinion on all of these guys. Dobbs, would love to have him on the team. Would definitely be the number 2 wide receiver out besides Terry McLaurin. Terry McLaurin ever to get injured again, Dobbs would be the number 1 receiver. He would be more than capable of doing that. Shaheed, number 2, definitely a number 2 talent receiver. He is more of a Z, kind of speedy threat type of receiver. Would definitely love that as well. Taking the top of the defense. Odafe Oweh, probably my favorite pass rusher in this class. He's my first choice to be an edge rusher, besides Jalen Phillips, but obviously he was already signed. So Odafe Oweh is definitely the top guy on my list personally that I would want the Commanders to sign to be their designated pass rusher. And Tariq Woolen, first of all, athletic freak. He's like 6'4", probably one of the better corners in this class. A little more instinctual, does make mistakes sometimes, but probably one of the better cornerbacks in this class as well. We already signed Amik Robertson, so I don't know if they're going to be adding another top name corner. We'll just have to see. I would imagine if they do add another corner, it'll be more like a veteran, older guy, maybe like a bench player to rotate in and out. But I don't know. We just signed Mariota. Let's see. Got a couple more notifications. Let me check my phone. Okay. Former Browns defensive end Cameron Thomas reached agreement with the Falcons. 1 year, $3 million. Doesn't matter. Let me check over here because this is a little quicker. Source confirms J.K. Dobbins is re-signing with the Broncos on a 2-year deal. Cordell Flott, we already got. Titans, Lonnie Taylor. Seahawks re-signing Josh Jobe, 3 years, $24 million. And that's all I have so far. I don't see us. I've not seen anything regarding Marcus Mariota yet, and I'm not saying you're lying, but I just have not seen anything yet reported about it. Speaking of that, actually, Ben Standig just posted 3 minutes ago. Oh, wait. Okay, yeah, well, okay, never mind, I just see it. But Ben Standig just posted 3 minutes ago. Lots of potential targets remain, and he listed some positions. Yeah, he listed some positions, and quarterback, he listed Marcus Mariota plus many others. So, but then just now I just saw by Tom Pelissero, Commanders re-signing backup quarterback Marcus Mariota. 1 year, $7 million deal. He can make up to $11 million with incentives, so not awful. So yeah, let me add this. So we see that I'm not going to put down Marcus Mariota just because quarterback is not really a position we need. But as of right now, Marcus Mariota is there. And then I was also going to add something else. Yeah, Josh Jobe. Okay, so that's decent money for him. I really come to like the guy. Me as well. The one thing though is that Marcus Mariota is a really good in the Cliff Kingsbury offense. Excuse me, guys. He is more of a how do I say this? He's a better pocket passer, he's better at taking snaps in the shotgun, right? So Jaden Daniels was really good at that, and he really preferred that, so that's why they got Marcus Mariota. Now, I think that it would have been better to get a backup quarterback that was better in under center. I think like a Tyrod Taylor would have been a perfect example. He would have been someone that I believe has a similar play style to Jaden Daniels and Marcus Mariota, where they're both like mobile, pocket passing quarterbacks. However, I lost my train of thought. Oh my gosh. Oh yeah. So, however, Marcus Mariota will probably also be making a slight transition to more under center. So that brings some, it brings another issue to like work on over the offseason, where Marcus Mariota, even though he's a great mentor for Jaden Daniels, he'll also have to work more into that under center type of offense. So I'm not saying he can't do it. I'm just saying that he is someone that will also need to be making a little bit of a transition rather than being someone that just already understands the offense right away. So maybe he already has some experience, and I just can't remember it. But that's what I have to say about him. One day when you get a chance. All right, I appreciate that. Let me open up your channel, and I'll be able to check you out later. Summer, is it actually live, or am I going insane? Yes, this is actually live. We've been live for, what is that, almost 4 hours now? Yeah, it's live. Dang man, putting in his whole heart and soul. Thank you, I appreciate it. So, yeah. What was I gonna do? Let me add this. Josh Jobe. Let me make sure. Let me go to Twitter and make sure that actually that's true. I still don't see it there, but it missed out on 2 today. Feels like he's working pretty hard, to be honest, and it's only 3.5 hours now. I'm anxious, lol. Yeah. What do you mean by? Can you go a little more in depth on that? What do you mean by missed out on 2 today? Like what players exactly are you saying he missed out on? I know there's like a couple, but I'm saying like which two specifically? Let me see. All right. Apparently, the Josh Jobe thing is confirmed, but I still have not seen that by like Ian Rappaport or Adam Schefter. Let me take this off. Put this here for now, I guess. So 3-year, 24 mil. And going to the Seahawks once again. Okay. And all right, let's see. Already told about that. I guess the Lions are bringing in Larry Borum. Oh my gosh, let me read that. Larry Borum, formerly with the Dolphins, I believe. He tried for the Indy receiver, and there's someone else. Sorry, the names escape me right now. Pierce, and there's a couple guys like Jalen Naylor, someone that I was a big fan of. Kenneth Walker, the running back. Travis Etienne, the running back, missed out on. Tyler Algier, Cade Mays, Tyler Linderbaum, all missed out on. Isaiah Likely, Cade Otton, Alex Anzalone, Devin Bush, Jalen Phillips, Joseph Osai, Eric Stokes, Jalen Watson, Jamel Dean, Alante Taylor, Josh Jobe, Kobe Bryant, Brian Cook. All they, I guess, missed out on. But there's still a lot of names here on the left of like players that they can still look for in free agency. They're still going, still looking for a contract. So, yeah, Adam Peters definitely is a little slower than I would like, But there's still a lot of things, a lot of players that are still on the market that the Commanders could look to bring in. We lost out on Pierce, lost out on Kenneth Walker, lost out on Etienne. There's still a lot more options though, so it's not the end of the world. At least not yet. So hopefully, keep going. Linebacker was other. He missed, however. Can't be too mad because they got huge money. That's true. Yeah, the only linebackers I have. Oh yeah, Tremaine Edmonds. I still have not put that guy. You're right. Let's go down. And Linderbaum, yeah. Or maybe, oh yeah, maybe Linderbaum linebacker. Maybe that auto-corrected. Regardless, both of them. Yeah, that's what I thought. Spell checked. J.K. Dobbins officially back with the Broncos. That makes sense. And Tremaine Edmonds, 3 years, 36 mil with the Giants. Unfortunate, but that's just how it works. Still a lot of good names on. Still a lot of good names here. A lot of guys that we can still look for. So not that upset yet. Hoping they come on, guys. I need them to keep putting out the news. I'm not liking these dry periods. What time is it? It's 3:47. We have been live for almost 4 hours now. So, still a lot of names, a lot of things to happen. I guess since now we have, I don't see any more news. Yeah, I don't see anything else for a couple minutes. I currently wearing my, this quiet stuff gives me anxiety. Yeah. I mean, I'm not, for me at least, it's like not as much anxiety. It's more just like boredom. Like, come on, I want to see at least something. But like what I'm saying, wearing my Commanders polo, the Nike Commanders polo. I look like one of the coaches in their official headshot pictures. Hoping that polo will give us some luck or something like that. I also have, you guys let me know what your thoughts on are these. I got this for during Secret Santa with my buddies. It's a white quarter zip with a white Commander's quarter zip. Pretty cool. Fits pretty well. The one issue is that it's white, so if I spill anything on it, unfortunately, that may be a little detrimental. And you guys also let me know your thoughts on this. You can make fun of me all you want. I don't care. I got it off TikTok Shop, and really big fan of it. It is this fake Terry McLaurin jersey. Has, captain logo, the 90-year anniversary. Number 17 has like the Commanders logo here on the side. So you can kind of see it there. What's over here? Oh yeah, some of the other alternate Commanders logo or Commanders detailing. Terry McLaurin has the numbers as well on the shoulders. You can make fun of me all you want. I know it's a fake jersey. I got it off TikTok Shop. I think it's pretty cool though. I'll be wearing it almost every game next season, so still worth it. All right. We're going to take another break. Hopefully we get some more signings like the first break I took. So, it's not blue. No, it's like a gray. So, all right. take another break. I'll be back soon. Hopefully more signings to come.
We're ready.
We're back. My girlfriend and her cousin wanted to say hi.
Hello.
So,
Go Birds! Go Birds!
all right, you can't say that.
Go Panthers!
Okay. My girlfriend is an Eagles fan, unfortunately. And
Unfortunately.
yes, unfortunately. In Summer, did you say go Panthers?
Go Panthers!
And Summer, her cousin, said go Panthers. So, unfortunately,
Oh my God, you're back! Holy
yes.
shit. All right. Well, love you. Bye.
All right, I love you. Bye-bye. Well, that was fun. Man. So, yeah. If they heard me, unfortunately, they are. Summer is a Panthers fan, and Ava is. Need a new girlfriend. That's funny. Yes. No, I don't need a new girlfriend, but yes, she is an Eagles fan. So, it's all good. Me and her dad are good. We're good sports about it. It's friendly banter at the end of the day. So, and it gives us some, what do you call it? Gives us some things to like talk about, I guess. So never a dull conversation between her and her dad. Her and my, oh my gosh, her dad and I. Holy, yeah, I know, it's okay. But yeah, we're still pretty dry. Nothing new heard of. Unfortunately. Actually, speaking of my girlfriend's dad, where is it? Let me find it. He Ava, it's okay. It's all right. A really real jerk. It's okay. It's all jokes. I do not need a new girlfriend. So, her dad, for Christmas, he got me. You guys have seen these in me wearing this in previous videos. The Carhartt Commander's hat. It's pretty nice hat. One of my favorite hats. So, he did get me that for Christmas this past year. So that was really nice of him. Go Panthers. Oh, come on, Summer. Can't be saying that. I'm just kidding. You can say whatever you want. Just don't be mean about it. I'm not gonna be offended, but man, still nothing. I'm not seeing enough movement from Adam Peters. Not seeing enough movement at all. We already have a lot of things here. A lot of moves that have happened. Only one with the Washington Commanders. Even after Ian... Okay, Ava. No. Cry, Eagles, cry. Even after Ian Rappaport said, we should expect fireworks. Fireworks from the Washington Commanders this offseason during free agency. still have not seen anything. I could safely say that is even close to fireworks. Unfortunately, still a lot of things to happen, but as of right now, the sky is still clear of fireworks. Let me check my phone to see if I'm missing anything. Keep pounding. Okay. This is not really regarding free agency. The latest thing is that we all see we've seen in the past Christian Barmore, the defensive tackle for the Patriots. He had some charges against him, and they have been dropped after prosecutors told a judge the case is no longer viable. So nothing really to do with the Commanders, but apparently that is one of the biggest news items of the day, not of the day, of the last 5 minutes, because nothing is happening in free agency. So I'm going to read some more tweets because there's nothing happening until I see something else. That's what I'm going to do. So, Josh Taylor reported, y'all are mad at Adam Peters, but it's been reported that he made aggressive offers for Alec Pierce, Tyler Linderbaum, and Jacob Phillips, who were all way overpaid what they were expected. That is true. I can't get on board with that. That is definitely true. Adam Schefter, he reported that Alontae Taylor signed to the Titans. Another guy we really wanted. Definitely high on the board as oh my gosh, I can't talk. Alontae Taylor is definitely high on the board as a emerging starting cornerback in the NFL. So this is also interesting. Ben Standing reported, the Commanders have not lost a free agent yet today. Not sure if that's unique around the league, but does put 5-12 into some context. So I think what he's saying is, out of all the players that were on the Commanders last season, who are now currently free agents, none of them have been signed yet. Probably because of how bad we were last season. So, Grant Paulson says, surprised to see Jamel Dean only getting $12 million a year when the Commanders gave Amik Robertson $8 million. Dean was PFF's third-ranked cornerback last year. He defended 9 passes and picked off 3 others as a physical corner in Tampa Bay. Turns 30 this year. That is true. I do see the argument against why didn't we sign Jamel Dean. But let's put it into perspective. Jamel Dean is definitely an aging corner. He's turning 30 by the time this year. I don't know if it's by the time the season starts, but by the next Super Bowl, he will be 30 years old. He had 9 passes deflected and 3 interceptions. So, Amik Robertson, he had 12 passes deflected, led the Lions in pass breakups, and he did only have 1 interception. I'll give him that. But he is also filling a hole that we really needed, right? We have our number 1 corner, right? Well, we have a number 1 outside corner in Trey Amos. We could have added another person on top of that to make Trey Amos the number 2 outside corner, but we had a hole at whether it's going to be the second of, well, not the second. I'm not trying to put one over or under Trey Amos per se. I'm trying to say there's 2 outside corners and let's say 1 slot corner. We already have one of the outside corners filled out with Trey Amos. The other spot can either be Mikey Sanderstrill, or Mikey Sanderstrill can be in the slot. So we have a trio. We have Mikey Sanderstrill, Trey Amos, and then we have 1 other spot open. Mikey Sanderstrill can play on the inside or the outside. So we needed someone that can fill either role, regardless of where Mikey Sanderstrill is going to play. by signing Jamel Dean, you're kind of forcing Mikey Sanderson to play in the inside. And if he's not good, you don't really have another option. By signing Amik Robertson, who is versatile in both inside and outside, and has shown he can be solid in both, then you're kind of giving yourself some leeway here. So if you start Amik Robertson on the outside with Trey Amos, and Mikey's on the inside, if Mikey is doing well, Amik Robertson is doing well, then you're all good. Nothing to change. If Amik Robertson is doing well and Mikey's struggling, then you can swap him out. Mikey can go on the outside. He can use the boundary as a little bit of leverage. He's shown to be a little better on the outside. And Amik Robertson could go back to being on the inside, or he's shown to be good. And then now you have your problem solved. So I understand the argument that we should have gotten Jamel Dean. I understand it. However, signing Amik Robertson gives us some versatility in case another problem does occur. That's kind of the point I was trying to make. And that's all I've got so far. Really getting... Man, it's really getting... what's the word? I can't think of anything. I don't know what I was trying to say now. Sorry, I keep getting distracted. Really not getting anywhere. Getting really quiet once again. So, unfortunate. Still a lot of guys on the market. Need the Commanders to make some stuff happen. Surprisingly, earlier today, the corner and safety position was the positions that had the least amount of people signed. And as of right now, about almost 4 o'clock, right? Yeah, 4:02. Cornerback has the most players signed on my list, my personal list here, by 2. So wide receiver and running back both have 4 potential free agents for the Commanders signed by other teams. And cornerback, we have 6, with one of those being signed by the Commanders. But if we don't want to count him, then out of all of the free agents that have been signed that were rumored to be targeted by the Washington Commanders, most of them have been cornerbacks. But the Commanders found their guy, apparently, Amik Robertson, 2 years, $16 million, inside, outside, versatile, and hopefully he's someone that can help the Commanders secondary in the Deontay Jones defensive scheme. There's a couple more guys they could look at, a lot of safeties they could look at. If they believe in Quan Martin, then Quan Martin can remain as the free safety. However, you have a lot of other guys. Jalen Thompson, I believe he still remains on the market. Geno Stone, more of a strong safety. Reed Blankenship. Andre Sisco. CJ Gardner-Johnson, I've talked about him before. I don't think he's coming to the Commanders. He's not really someone that the Commanders would really need because he's more of like a nickel corner / safety. Nick Cross, another guy I'm really high on. Ronnie Hickman, another really talented safety. And Tavir Thomas, more of an older veteran, formerly with the Vikings. So, another big piece of news. Adam Schefter says that once Mike Evans officially signs in San Francisco, he'll have to choose a new jersey number after wearing number 13 at Texas A&M in college and number 13 in Tampa Bay for the last however many years he's been in the league. And that's because number 13 is already worn by Brock Purdy, so he's going to have to choose a new number. So we'll just have to see what he chooses. And of course, that's the most news we have at the moment. And I mentioned this earlier, I hate that people will just start like saying random stuff on Twitter and just getting people to basically farming clicks and whatever. This guy, I'm not even going to say his name, right? I'm not trying to give this guy an audience, but he says that breaking the Jaguars are trading wide receiver Brian Thomas Jr. in a 2027 4th-round pick to the Jets for Breece Hall. Jacksonville and Hall have reached agreement on a 3-year, $65 million deal that will make Breece Hall the highest-paid running back in NFL history. That's not happening. He's not getting paid $21.5 million a year. That's just stupid. And not going to happen. So, I mean, if it does happen and this guy just called it, whatever. But probably not going to happen. The other thing we can talk about, though, is the Titans. They have gone crazy in free agency. Who they signed? Wan'Dale Robinson. They have, what's his name? The guy from... the guy from the Broncos. Why am I forgetting his name? John Franklin Myers. Holy. Titans have John Franklin Myers. They have Jeffrey Simmons. They have the guy from the Jets. What's his name? The guy they traded for. I forget. The guy they traded for about a week or two ago. The edge rusher. McDonald, I think his name is. Oh, man. Let's see. Jets trade. Jermaine Johnson. That's right. Jermaine Johnson. McDonald's the other guy. So, yeah, they got Jermaine Johnson, the edge rusher. They have Jeffrey Simmons, one of the best defensive tackles in the game. Definitely top 5. John Franklin Myers, Wan'Dale Robinson, Cordell Flott, Alontae Taylor. Titans are sneaky. They're going to be sneaky, maybe winning the AFC South. Would not be surprised with how much they're going to be doing what the Patriots did last year. The Patriots were like what? They had 4 wins in 2024. Spent so much money in free agency that they don't even know what to do with it. They had so much money, they didn't even know what to do with it. They just started paying guys, and they went go to the Super Bowl. Like, watch the Titans. The Titans are going to win the AFC South. I'm calling it right now. On some more news, Packers are releasing 2-time Pro Bowl center Elgton Jenkins. I'm liking the sound of that. I don't know what the Packers are doing now, where they're going to go with that, what center they're going to sign next. But does that mean I'm going to add him to the list as a potential center? So, Elgton Jenkins, formerly with the Packers, he's getting released, according to Adam Schefter. So another name to add, hopefully, because Tyler Linderbaum and Cade Mays are gone. Maybe Commanders could be in on this guy, or another team could be in on this guy, and that allows another guy to follow the Commanders. So I'm not upset about that move. Uh-oh. Something else just happened. I just saw something. I don't know if I just got... Okay, I was right. Okay, I just saw something. Sorry. Okay, one thing, Case Keenum re-signing with the Chicago Bears for 2 years, $5.5 million. Not that, whatever. The next thing. Come on. Oh yeah, former Seahawks edge Boy Mafe reached an agreement with the Bengals, 3 years. Okay. Probably my number 2 guy off the list. Don't know exactly how much money it's for, but Boy Mafe is now 3 years. Don't know how much money yet. Probably come out in a couple minutes. To the Bengals. So, Bengals are replenishing what they lost in Trey Hendrickson with Boy Mafe. Not surprised. Unfortunate, though. Lost out on him. John Kime just tweeted out, wondered about Mafe to Washington. Odafe Oweh remains available, of course. So is Trey Hendrickson. Would be disappointing free agency. Period if they can't add a quality edge. Only 4 hours in, so there's clearly time. I agree as well. Okay. Still waiting on the finalized contract for that deal. Just what I said earlier. So Mark Tyler, the guy on X who does Hoghaven, he just tweeted out, now this is how you do free agency when you have a QB on a rookie deal and a poor overall team. And that's because the Titans, and that's he's quote tweeting a Adam Schefter tweet where Adam Schefter says, the Titans signing so far, I just mentioned this, Alontae Taylor, Cordell Flott, John Franklin Myers, Wando Robinson, Daniel Bellinger, and Mitchell Trubisky. So, Daniel Bellinger, the former Giants tight end. Yeah, they're spending their money. They're getting deals done, and I hope the Commanders can do that as well. Oh man, another guy coming off the board. Cowboys signing free agent safety Jalen Thompson. 3 years, $36 million deal, according to Ian Rappaport. Ah, man. That's unfortunate. I was also pretty high on him. Thought he was going to be like a sleeper safety at prospect. But, of course, he goes to a division rival. So, Thompson. Oh, man. Big news just came out. I didn't see the team yet, but I saw the player. Let me finish this. 3 years, $36 million. $36 million to the Cowboys. Okay. Please, I beg. Oh my gosh, let's go. Let's go. The Commanders are signing free agent pass rusher Odafe Oweh, according to Ian Rappaport. 4-year, $100 million deal, $68 million guaranteed. Let's go, guys. Holy crap. That is the news. That is the news I've been waiting for. Let me read this again to make sure I'm not seeing this wrong. Adam Schefter, former Chargers defensive end. Odafe Oweh reached agreement today on a 4-year, $100 million deal, including $68 million guarantee with the Washington Commanders. Okay, let's go. Holy crap. Took forever. That's what I like to see. Odafe Oweh. Pencil that in. 4-year, $100 million Commanders. That is exactly what I wanted to see. And then the Bowie Mafe deal also just came out. I don't care about that anymore, but I'll put it in anyway. That is for $60 million. Let's go. That is great. I love to hear that. That is amazing. That is the exact news I wanted to see. even though the fake news I was reporting on earlier, Jaguars are 7 minutes ago, per Connor Hughes, Jaguars are listening to trade offers for star wide receiver Brian Thomas Jr. as well. Would not be surprised. Commanders could be in on that. We'll take a lot to get him just because he's on his, he's still on the rookie deal, but would not be opposed to that at all. But if that does happen, I would not. Brandon Ayuk just seems a little less likely in terms of the actual, player, right? They're kind of, I wouldn't say they're similar players, but like you're having these big name players. You can't have 3 top receivers. Like, I don't know if it's going to work like that, especially with the way the Commanders are at. You can't have Terry being paid over $30 million. Then Brian Thomas. I mean, maybe you could. I guess the Buccaneers did it. They had Chris Godwin, top receiver. Mike Evans, top receiver. Emeka Egbuka, top receiver. So you could do that, but it may take a lot to get him. That's the thing. It may take a lot to get him. So far, the Commanders have signed Amik Robertson, cornerback, inside outside versatile, to a 2-year, $16 million contract for the Washington Commanders. Great addition, I think. Not the top name, but I think he fills the role we needed him to fill. And then on the defensive line, Commanders have signed Odafe Oweh to a 4-year, $100 million contract, $68 million guaranteed. We got the pass rusher that we needed to fill. I am super happy about the signing. Definitely someone that I'm a big fan of. The top guy on my list personally being probably Odafe Oweh, then Jalen Phillips, and then Boye Mafe. Those 3 guys were my top guys in order. But we were able to land him. Odafe Oweh. Come be great. Come be great, Odafe Oweh. I am super, super excited about that. Another thing, Ian Rappaport just reported 49ers signing offensive tackle Vidarian Lowe to a 2-year, $12 million contract, $5.75 million guaranteed. Don't know much about him, but super excited. This is definitely the player I wanted to get. Super excited about that. Let me know in the chat what are your guys' thoughts on the 2 players we signed. Amik Robertson. Oh, I gotta add this to the here. Odafe Oweh, defensive end, 4-year. $100 million. That's a great signing. Amazing signing. Super happy about that. A lot of people were worried about Sorry, answering a text real quick. A lot of people were worried about his run stopping ability. I don't know if it makes a difference. I really don't. I saw like the defensive line as of right now. Imagine, let's assume that we have a 3-4, right? We're going to assume that we're probably going to be, our base defense will be a 3-4. You have your nose tackle, which could be Daron Payne. It also could be Shy Tuttle, right? Just a big body. Let's not even mention the draft, right? Imagine the Commanders land like Lee Hunter or Dominique Orange. They are going to be your starting nose tackle, no matter what. But let's just say it like this. Daron Payne, as of right now, let's just say Daron Payne's your starting nose tackle. Javon Kinlaw on the edge. Let's say, I really would like to see Johnny Newton start, but I don't know if he has that capability yet. Let's just say your 4-eye is Dietrich Wise. Let's just put it there. Dietrich Wise, 280 pounds, would be a solid 4i. And then you have yeah, we did sign Oweh. Yeah, Sean, we took a break and we signed Oweh. Yep. Holy crap! I keep losing my train of thought, guys. This is awful. I'm really bad at this. Dietrich Wise, 4i. Then you have Deron Payne and Javon Kinlaw, right? Then you could have like Dorrance Armstrong be your your one of your defensive ends. Or Dorrance Armstrong could be your 4i as well instead of Dietrich Wise. That we could also do that as well. But let's say early downs, running downs, Dietrich Wise your 4i. Later downs, Dorrance Armstrong will be your later down pass rushing 4i. And then you have Odafe Oweh coming in on later downs just to rush the passer as like a stand-up outside linebacker. I would not be upset at that at all. That makes perfect sense. Love that. Thanks for the break, Law. Yeah, I mean, the break was only a little bit. Then I had my girlfriend and her cousin call in, and they wanted to be featured, so we had them. They were talking about my girlfriend's an Eagles fan, unfortunately. I'm going to keep saying unfortunately. It's okay, still love her very much, but she's an Eagles fan. So she was talking about the Eagles, and her cousin, Summer, is a Carolina Panthers fan, so they wanted to scream, "Go Panthers, go Eagles," and whatever nonsense they're talking about. So the break was only about like maybe 30 seconds or a minute or so, and we were back. But yeah, because of the break, we got another signing, thankfully. I'm seeing Adam Schefter just says the Jalen Thompson deal is not 36, it may be 33. Apparently. Also, okay, David Harrison, he brought this up. He says that he tweeted this out. Daniel Jeremiah just presented an idea for the Vikings to trade up from number 18 to number 7 with the Commanders without giving up their 2027 first-round pick. To do so, the Rich Hill math says Minnesota would have to send number 18, number 49, number 82, and number 158 to move up and pay a top 10 tax. I did mention this. The Vikings could move up for pick 7 to pick, like, they may want to pick Jeremiah Love, right? That was a idea I presented earlier. Then DJ has the Vikings taking Jeremiah Love. Exactly what I said. So it stands today. A lot of Washington fans would be very unhappy, even with 2 top 100 picks. Be very unhappy with 2 top 100 picks. I don't know. That it really depends. Because then you're giving up number 7. Giving up number 7 for 18, 49, 82, and 158. So you now go from 2 top 100 picks to 4. No. 5. Oh my gosh, 5. So let's say at pick 18, you pick like Dylan Thieneman, one of the top safeties, arguably better, athletically better than, what's his name? The guy from Ohio State. I can't think of his name. I do this every time. I can't remember names. Caleb Downs. Oh my gosh. I think Dylan Thieneman athletically is arguably better than Caleb Downs. Caleb Downs mentally, his instincts, probably best. One of the best in the draft. This is why he's a generational talent as he's made out to be. But Dylan Thieneman athletically, I think, is just better when it comes to just raw performance, straight line speed, right? Shuttle drill, everything. I think athletically he's better. So say you go to pick 18, you pick Dylan Thieneman. Pick 49. Let's say you get another edge rusher like a Zion Young out of Missouri, or like maybe a linebacker. Let's say like a Jacob Rodriguez at pick 49. I think that's another another guy to choose, right? And pick 82. Oh, well, first we have pick 71, our own third round pick. Let's say you get like a Logan Jones or a top center in the draft, right? And then at pick 82, you get another, let's say another like corner or a receiver. You can get a receiver there. Or how about this? Let's say that you get Chris Brazzell the third or second. Chris Brazzell, the wide receiver out of Tennessee. You get him at pick 71, and then you get a center like Logan Jones out of Iowa. The center out of Iowa at pick 82. And then you have your 5th round pick at pick 145, 5th round pick at pick 158, and so on, the rest of your draft. Plus, if we're able to get another couple guys here in free agency, I don't know if we would be that upset about that. Say you get we're giving up Jeremiah Love to get all these other draft picks let's say you sign a Rico Dowdle and a Rachaad White in free agency. So you have your early down back in Rico Dowdle, right? He's going to get majority of your carries. You have Bill to be the backup, to be the home run hitting backup. And then you have Rachaad White to come in on later downs. Do you really need a Jeremiah Love if that's your free agency? I don't think so. Maybe you want to give. Maybe you're not really too happy with giving up Caleb Downs, but then you trade back and get Dylan Thieneman. I wouldn't be that mad about that. So it's really all just depends. I would be a big fan of that personally. I would be a really big fan of that. If you can get those 4 draft picks for pick 7, I would be more than happy with that. Just because apparently the 2027 draft class is supposed to be one of the strongest in like the last like 10 or 20 years or something stupid like that. So a 2027 first round pick is supposed to be like super like valuable. So you may want to make the Vikings pay a little more in the 2026 draft in order to not give up a 2027 first round pick, if that makes sense. So giving up pick 7 for pick 18, 49, 82, and 158, I will not be upset about that at all. Because most of my mock drafts, I have the Commanders giving up pick 7 for like the whatever team that's trading up, their first round pick and then like a second, or their first round pick and a third and a fourth, or something like that. And if it's moving back pretty far, maybe the first, second, and third. I've never had 4 picks. At least I don't think so. So I would not be opposed to that hypothetical situation that was presented by David Harrison, but originally presented by Daniel Jeremiah. Would not be upset. We got some more news as well. I believe. Or not. Oh, yeah, here we go. Okay, I got it. The compensatory draft picks were released today. So each team may get some compensatory picks. Because of maybe players that they gave up or players that left in free agency, something like that. And I'm looking here. I do not think the Commanders got any, unfortunately. The list came out. They all range from the third round to the 7th round. So Adam Schefter posted this. So the Eagles, Ravens, Steelers each got 4 compensatory picks. So especially for the Eagles, that's not great. They're getting a lot. They're able to add a lot more names, unfortunately, to their franchise. And I think I see Dallas on here twice. They're going to be able to get 2 more draft picks. I'm not seeing anyone else though. Yeah, that's it. I don't see the Giants on there. Well, that's what we have so far. Again, big splash. Odafe Oweh. That was the news I needed to hear. Really big fan of that. But there's still more names to add. Still have a hole. Still have a hole at running back. A couple names left I want to see. Rico Dowdle, Rashad White, Joe Mixon, Najee Harris. Those 4 guys. Still have a hole at center probably. Ethan Pochik, Lloyd Cushenberry, Graham Glasgow, and Elton Jenkins, formerly released by the Packers I don't even know how long ago, 20 minutes ago, 30 minutes ago. So another name to add. Linebacker, Devin Lloyd, Quay Walker, Leo Chanel, and Nakobe Dean all have not been signed yet. Need to get one of those. Especially need to. Already got a corner. Already got an edge rusher. Could get a safety. Not really a lot of guys left. Oh, let me take off Jalen Thompson off of this. Jalen Thompson is no longer there. Oh my gosh. He's no longer there. Ronnie Hickman wouldn't be mad at. Nick Cross wouldn't be mad at. CJ Garner-Johnson, I probably will end up taking his name off here soon. I'm not going to get him anyway. Maybe we will. I don't think so. Reed Blankenship, maybe. Geno Stone, kind of sleeper, maybe. Andre Sisco, another sleeper. Tyvier Thomas, older vet. Could look at Jeff Okudah as another potential free agency signing. Probably going to be live here until about 5 p.m. And then after that, probably going to hop off. I'm going to be uploading this video. Uploading this entire live stream to the YouTube. It should, let me see. It may automatically do that, but if not, I'll upload the entire thing to the YouTube. And that would just be on there for anyone to watch if they want to watch it. But the Washington Commanders have made 2 signings. Odafe Oweh for 4 years, $100 million. And they have signed Amik Robertson, 2 years, $16 million. Cornerback and edge rusher. So we're still looking for more signings here soon. At least I hope. Would really enjoy that personally. Also, would like to see another receiver. I'd love to see a receiver to be signed. Still a lot of top names on the list. Right here, Romeo Doubs. Like I said before, Brandon Ayuk's not a free agent yet, but he's still probably going to be cut here soon. So, Romeo Doubs, Brandon Ayuk, Tyquan Thornton, probably a sleeper receiver. I was pretty high on him earlier in the offseason, and then as we got some more time, as time went on, we've heard his name linked to the Commanders more often. Rashid Shaheed, another Z receiver like Tyquan Thornton, and Jawan Jennings. Not a fan of him, but I decided to put him up there anyway because he's a top name. I have some friends that they're sending me a lot of posts about what do you call it? Some of the signings. My buddy's saying, kind of an overpay, don't you think? I really don't think so. $25 million a year for 4 years, maybe. So on limited snaps, he had 7.5 sacks. On full-time snaps, could get up to 12 sacks. I don't think that's bad to say. And he's only 27. coming off of, I don't know if it's coming off his rookie deal, but he's coming off an earlier deal. Let me check. Odafe Oweh. 27 years old, 6'5", 251. He had 38 total tackles, 20 solo, 7.5 sacks. Yeah, so 4 years, got drafted in 2021. 4 years with the Ravens. In his 5th year, 2025, was traded to the Chargers. Now he's going to be on the Commanders. So yeah, he's not old. Okay, I think we had a couple more signings happening. Not with the Commanders, but some big guys. Wow. Okay, I called this earlier. Tua plans to sign a 1-year deal with the Atlanta Falcons, and that they'll allow to have the Falcons will now have 2 left-handed quarterbacks heading into 2026. And then the Raiders are signing Colts pass rusher Kwity Paye. It's a deal worth $16 million per year. So not finalized on the amount of years yet, but $16 million per year. I'll put that up there. I'll put that up here for Kwity Paye. So I'll just do 16 mil. Wow. Okay, so the Raiders are doing their due diligence. Let's see. They got Kwity Paye. I wouldn't say it's an exact 1-for-1 Max Crosby replacement, but Kwity Paye, solid edge rusher. They signed back Eric Stokes, pretty good. They signed Tyler Linderbaum, pretty solid, and Jalen Naylor. They probably signed a couple more players as well. I think they signed another edge rusher, a smaller name edge rusher, I believe. But they're definitely using their cap space well. 3 years. Okay, 3 years, $48 million. That is the final 48. 3 years, $48 million. That's the final contract for Kwity Paye. So Adam Peters took a little bit of time to get some signings done, but he got them done. And I don't know, $25 million doesn't seem too big of a deal. I mean, if you really think about it. I mean, for an edge rusher, that's pretty solid. So, I mean, let's look at the top paid edge rushers. So, top paid edge rusher. Yeah, Micah Parsons at 46.5. Aiden Hutchinson is at 45. TJ Watt's at 41. Daniel Hunter is at 40.1. Myles Garrett's at 40. Max Crosby's at 35.5. Nick Bosa's at 34. Jalen Phillips is at 30. Josh Hines Allen's at 28.5. Brian Burns is at 28.2. Nick Bonito's at 26.5. Montez Sweat is now at 24.5. Rashawn Gary's at 24. Andrew Van Ginkel's at 23. George Karlaftis is at 22. John Franklin Myers is at 21. So I'm not going to go down the rest of them, but you look at the rest of those names, we're going to slide in at about between Nick Bonito and Montez Sweat in terms of salary. I don't know if he's going to put up that production. So that's between, let's see, Nick Bonito and Montez Sweat. And let's, for the sake of argument, let's look at some players. So Nick Bonito, what did he do this year? 14 sacks, 31 solo tackles, pretty solid. 46 total tackles, two forced fumbles. Let's look at Montez Sweat. Former Commander. Fortunately, we decided to give him up. 10 sacks, pretty solid. 36 solo tackles, 53 total tackles. And then, where's some other guys? Brian Burns, Josh Hines Allen. Like Jalen Phillips, like he got paid $30 million a year. Let's look at what he did. 5 sacks. 5 sacks this year. Let's look at before. With the Eagles, he had 2 sacks. With the Dolphins, before he got traded, he had 3 sacks. Last year with the Dolphins, 1 sack. Year before that, 6.5. Year before that, 7. And year before that, 8.5. So let's say the seasons he had played more than let's just do it this way. The seasons he played all games, right? All 17 games, he had a max of 8.5 sacks. That was being his rookie year with the Dolphins. Then he did have 6.5 sacks in 2023 in 8 games, which probably would have been his best year if he didn't get injured, which I assumed he did. But then 23 through 24, 23 and 24, he was injured. Only played a combined 12 games. And then this year in 25, he had 5 sacks total in all 17 games. So, I mean, was that the greatest? Like, he got paid $30 million. He only had 5 sacks last year. Is $25 million a year for 7.5 sacks? Is that the biggest thing in the world? Plus, he's 27. He's going to be here for 4 years. And if given enough snaps, what if he does get to like 12 sacks a year? Or 15 or more? Is it an overpay then? I don't know. It may not be. $3 million. So here for 4 years. Oweh had sacks and got 25 a year. Hoping more. Looking at my phone to see if there's anything else. I think Kwity Paye is the most recent signing. Yeah, Kwity Paye. And I think Tua officially is going to sign with the Falcons. So let's look at some more Twitter stuff. JP Finley says, back in 2021, Odafe Oweh absolutely smashed the RAS score. Adam Peters has a type. Scored a 9.92 RAS score. Just wasn't that great in his weight, apparently, as a defensive end, being at 257 pounds. But that is also factoring in like guys like Dietrich Wise, who's still technically a defensive end at 285 pounds, right? So there's give and take. There's different types of defensive ends. There's like run stuffing, early down defensive ends, hand in the dirt, and there's like more outside linebacker-esque like defensive ends. So not really too bad about that. And then 21 total bench press for defensive end. Again, you have bigger dudes like Dietrich Wise, who is 285 pounds. I think Dietrich Wise can definitely do a lot more on the bench press than Odafe Oweh, so Dietrich Wise would definitely look like a better overall prospect on the RAS score. So I'm not faulting him for that. Everything else looks amazing. So, Lionel Willingham on X says, A+ signing by the Commanders. This is the type of profile you want for a guy in free agency. Premium position edge, second contract age, 27, and enough sample size of high-level play. Big gamble, but can't argue with it. They have been aggressive all day, according to Jeremy Fowler. And the next-gen stats also says, after joining the Chargers in Week 6 of 2025, Odafe Oweh generated the 6th highest pressure rate in NFL, 17.3%, with a minimum of 200 pass rushes. So that's pretty solid. And he also led the Chargers in total of 37 pressures. Pretty good. Love to see that move. I'm a big fan of it. Even though it's not biggest thing in the world, I'm a big fan of it. So, wait, am I looking at the right thing? Why is it saying, after being traded midseason last year, he had 10.5 sacks, which is, I'm confused. Apparently, PFF put out something breaking the Commander, signing Odafe Oweh. After being traded midseason last year, he had 10.5 sacks, which is 4th, and then 16.5% pass rush win rate, which is 12th. But he only had 7.5 sacks, so I don't know. I'm a little confused. Yeah, I don't know. In the grand scheme of things, like $25 million a year is a lot. But like because it's still like a lower tier contract, it's going to look a lot higher. So yeah, like $25 million a year. That's still a lot of money. If you're a running back getting paid $25 million a year, you're the best running back. You're probably the highest paid running back in the NFL. But $25 million a year as an edge rusher, that's kind of average, right? It's like a middle of the pack type of contract, right? Same thing with like safety. Highest paid safety is like what, $20 million? So it all depends. Edge is a premium position, so. Let me look at some more things that probably happened. Breece Hall posted on X, "We sure got a lot of money in Florham Park. All these contracts dude's signing." I assume he's talking about like don't know. I guess he's like poking at that he's not getting as much money as he wanted, but he's getting $14 million a year, guaranteed, as a franchise tag. Like, the Jets are re-signing. Like, it's not, obviously they're not going to throw you the bag, because if they can't bring you back, let's say they didn't bring you back, they're not going to Super Bowl anyway. They're probably not going to make the playoffs anyway. Even if you're on the team, you're not making the playoffs. So, what's the point? They'd rather keep you there as long as possible. And if they're able to catch lightning in the bottle with other players, then they'll probably continue on. But finally, reaching a time again where not a lot of things are happening. Gardner Minshew, he reached an agreement on a 1-year, $8.25 million deal with the Arizona Cardinals. We'll see how that works out. I think he's still injured at this point in time. So, don't know. Don't know what will happen with that. Alright, only 8 more minutes left, and then I'm most likely out of here. So, let me look this up. Okay. Really nothing else. You guys think that I think obviously it doesn't stop, right? Free agency can go on all night if it wanted to. Like, people can still sign at midnight. But I wonder if, like, getting closer to, the evening, if teams are or players are, trying to just spend the evening with their family or whatnot. Because on one side, let's say Adam Peters is going after a player. Let's say they're going after Chigakonkwo, and Chigakonkwo at 6 p.m. is like, hey, I'll let you know. Let's get back to this tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., right? And so to Chigakonkwo, he's kind of, hanging it up for the night. But on the other hand, Adam Peters is like, well, what if you go inside what if in the back of Chigakonkwo's mind, he's going to go sign another contract or agree to sign a contract an hour later at 7 p.m. So it's like Adam Peters is probably going to want to basically stay up all night doing this. I guess we'll just have to see. Let's see. Do we have any more? I guess Commander's official X account posted, everybody stay calm, with a picture of, oh my gosh, Michael from The Office. This is funny. Still reaching that dead period, though. So, I think I have it where the stream is going to upload as a video once I end it. However, I don't know. I hope it does. If not, I'm recording this as well. So if it doesn't end up as a video, I can just upload it afterward. It's not that big a deal. But I need to make sure I figure out how that works in order to get it so people can look back at it if they want. And then I'm probably not going to stream tomorrow. This is more of a one-off type of thing, I think. Maybe I'll stream for the draft. I think that may be the move on day 1, 2, and 3. We'll just have to see. I think tomorrow I'll just see what type of moves we've made so far and just make a video on it. And same goes for the rest of the week, for those that are interested. But so far, all right, let's go over everything we have so far. So, signed for wide receivers, Alec Pierce, 4-year, $160 million for the Colts. Wan'Dale Robinson, 4 years, $78 million for the Titans. Jalen Naylor, 3 years, $35 million for the Raiders. Mike Evans, 3 years, $60.4 million for the 49ers. Running backs, Kenneth Walker, 3 years, $45 million for the Chiefs. Kenneth Gainwell, 2 years, $14 million for the Bucks. Tyler Algier, 2 years, $12.25 million for the Cardinals. Travis Etienne, 4 years, $52 million for the Saints. Before the center position, I have it as O-line, but really just only centers. Cade Mays, 3 years, $25 million for the Lions. Tyler Linderbaum, 3 years, $81 million. 3 years, $81 million for the Raiders. Then for the tight end position, Isaiah Likely, 3 years, $47.5 million for the Giants. K. Dotton, unknown contract as of right now, but so re-signed with the Bucks. Alex Anzalone for the linebacker position, 2 years, $17 million for the Bucks. Devin Bush, 3 years, $30 million with the Bears. Tremaine Edmonds, 3 years, $36 million for the Giants. For the defensive end position, Jalen Phillips, 4 years, $120 million for the Panthers. Joseph Osai, 3 years, $36 million for the Jets. Boye Mafe, 3 years, $60 million for the Bengals. Odafe Oweh, 4 years, $100 million for the Commanders. And Kwity Paye, 3 years, $48 million for the Raiders. Cornerback, Amik Robertson, 2 years, $16 million for the Commanders. Eric Stokes, 3 years, $30 million with the Raiders. Jalen Watson, 3 years, $51 million for the Rams. Jamel Dean, 3 years, $36.75 million for the Steelers. Alante Taylor, 3 years, $60 million for the Titans. Josh Jobe, 3 years, $24 million for the Seahawks. And finally, for the safety position, Kobe Bryant, 3 years, $40 million with the Bears. Brian Cook, 3 years, $40.25 million for the Bengals. And Jalen Thompson, 3 years, $33 million for the Cowboys. So then we have all the guys on the left still not signed. You guys can look at that. It's really just not people that have been signed, obviously. So Commanders made two signings today so far. It's 5 p.m. I'm going to hop off for now. I appreciate you guys sticking with me. We're streaming for 5 hours, 10 minutes. That was definitely the longest stream I've ever made. So look out for a video. Hopefully this uploads this video after I'm done streaming. Look out for a video tomorrow on all other updates regarding free agency, specifically for the Washington Commanders. I'm probably not going to be going too far in depth about the other players. I'm only going to be focusing on the Commanders players. I'll probably be updating this little spreadsheet thing here, and that will be kind of what I'll be using for the video tomorrow as well. So look out for that. Thank you guys so much for watching. I appreciate if you guys would drop a like on the stream. This will be uploading as a video after this, so if you guys missed any parts, you guys can go back and look at it. And thank you guys just so much for sticking with me. God bless, and hail to the Commanders.